a peaceful transition from one government to another. Now is our political tradition. This handover symbolizes our trust in God, our enduring faith in representative governance, and our belief in our ability to reshape this nation into a society it was always meant to be. My brothers and sisters, permit me to say a few words to my predecessor, President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, Omar. You have been an honest, patriotic
Honest?
leader who has done his best for the nation you love. On a more personal note, you are a worthy partner and a friend. And may history be kind to you. For many years, Nigeria's critics have trafficked that the rumor that our nation will break up, even perish. They have even redesigned the map. Yet we are here. We have suffered at times, but resilience and diversity have kept us going.
Please do leave comments about the speech as you see it. We welcome your speech and your comments and things. Thank you so much. Continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Welcome on board, those of you watching. Thank you so much.
But it shall never break us. Instead, we stand forth as Africa's most populous nation and as the best hope and strongest champion of the black race. As a citizen, we declare as one unified people, devoted to one unified nation, national cause.
Of course, this has been carried. This stream was by channels, courtesy of channels, but we're looking at it again.
Exist. Take me back to the old ones in back there. General Yakubu Kliche. If Nigeria won the task that must be done. If you are young or old, you will remember. Today, faith and destiny join together to place the touch of human progress in our very hand. We dare not let it slip. We live high this touch so that it might shine on every household and in every heart that calls itself Nigeria. We hold the beam aloft because it lights our path with compassion. and key. In this great light never extinct. Say amen. Our administration will govern you only on your behalf, but never rule over you. We shall consult and dialogue, but never dictate. We shall reach out to all, but never put down a single person for holding view contrary to our own. We are here to further mend and heal this nation.
Welcome on board, those of you joining us on YouTube, Citizen Now on YouTube. Thank you very much. Please give us a thumbs up, hit notification button as you're coming in, and let us grow the platform, let it reach more people. Thank you. We are revisiting the speech, inaugural speech of Mr. President Tinubu, and we will dissect it shortly after and have more discussions around that. Thank you.
And was also barely won. Since the advent of the First Republic, Nigeria has known and an election of a better quality. I said so. The outcome reflected the will of the people. However, my victory does not render me any more Nigerian than my opponent. Nor does this render them any less patriotic. They shall forever be my fellow compatriots, and I will treat them as such. They represent important consequences and concerns that wisdom dare not ignore. Some have taken their concerns to court, seeking legal redress. That is their right, and I fully defend that exercise of Israel. This is the essence of the rule of law. Over decades ago, our founding fathers bravely gave us this country to place Nigeria on the map of an independent nation. We must never allow the labor of those who came before us to wither in vain, or to blossom and bring forth a better reality. Let us take the next great step. The journey they began and believed in.
Welcome on board, those of you joining us on YouTube. As you're coming in, please give us a thumbs up, hit notification button, and of course share, and of course leave comments. Leave comments. We will endeavor to answer each and every one, reply to each and every one of you, and acknowledge your presence on the platform. Once again, we greet you. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power.
My supporters, I thank you. So who did vote for me, I thank you as well. I extend my hand across the political divide. I ask you to and a national affinity and brotherhood. For me, political polarization has faded away. All I see here are Nigerians. All of them. May we uphold this vision, an excellent notion as a new Nigeria idea. My fellow citizens, Nigeria idea, which I speak of, is more than
Please
just
continue to share this broadcast. Help us reach more people. The more people join us, the more you reach more people. We need to dissect the speech of the new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was sworn in earlier today.
Of our story. Our mission is to improve our ways of life in a manner that nurtures our humanity, encourages compassion towards one another, and duly reward our collective effort to social ill that seek to divide us. Our Constitution gave us a nation on paper. We must work hard at bringing.
Good afternoon, those of you joining us. We appreciate each and every one of you subscribing and joining us on this broadcast, revisiting the inaugural speech of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Leave comments. We're going to dissect it immediately after we play this particular section. Thank you very much. Leave a comment, subscribe, hit notification button, and of course, give us a thumbs up. Thank you.
Fairness and equality. That must not only seek good for itself, but must understand that entering and serve where goods to the north. North must not steal the south likewise. Whether from the winding creeks of Niger Delta, the fastness of northern Savannah, the boardroom of Lagos, the building bustling capital of Abuja, as you see, market of Onitsha. You are all my people. As your president, I shall serve you with prejudice towards none, but compassion and amity towards all.
It's okay.
And the coming days and weeks, my team will publicly detail the key aspects of our economic program. Today, permit me to outline in broad terms a few initiatives that define our concept of progressive good governance and furtherance of the Nigerian.
Please continue to share this broadcast. You're watching, of course, Citizen Ewa, the platform where we speak truth to power. We urge you to leave comments and let us hear from you. Thank you so much for those of you who are joining this broadcast. Share, hit notification button, share with family and friends, and let us help us grow this platform. Thank you so much. We appreciate your. Let's listen.
We shall defend the nation from terror and all form of criminality that threaten the peace, and stability of our country. We shall remodel our economy to bring our growth and develop the GDP much better, achieve the GDP much better than we have today. I assure you. Do that through job creation, food security, and an end to extreme poverty. In our administration, women and youth will feature prominently. Our government will continue to take proactive steps, such as championing a credit culture, to discourage corruption, while strengthening the effectiveness and efficiency of the various anti-corruption agencies. That's to be a continuous work in progress. Security shall be top priority of our administration, because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amid insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and it means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and for on the economy, we target a GDP not less than 6% growth.
So 6% growth on GDP. That's very, very key. We might come back and touch on that. Please do make notes and let us try and dissect this as well. Leave comments as you're watching. 6% GDP, 60% growth, GDP growth target is their target.
Stimulating the economy without engendering inflation. Industrial policy to utilize the full range of domestic manufacturing.
You can also hit there is a love button you can hit here, and just tap on that if you want to leave some love on the broadcast as you're watching, and help us do that. We appreciate that as well.
We become more accessible
joining us
and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Our generation should nearly double, and transmission and distribution network must improve significantly.
Don't forget to subscribe as you're joining if you haven't subscribed, and we appreciate each and every one of you that have subscribed. I greet my brother Waris Jinodu and others that have come on. Please, we welcome your comments. The more you comment, the more we can interact, and it will reach more people and help us share the broadcast with more and more people. Thank you.
Our generation and distribution of their own. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all the complaints about multiple taxation.
Multiple taxation.
And review various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividend and profits home. My administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million jobs in the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus job and prosperity bill. This will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural development, improvement, and encourage light industry, provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. On agriculture, rural income shall be secured. A commodity exchange board guaranteeing minimum prices for certain crops. Animal products. A nationwide program for the storage and facilities to reduce spoilage and waste. All of that will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in credit, promote credit, engage in value-added processing. The livestock will introduce the best of modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict. Through this, food will be made more abundant. Yet,
those of you joining us, welcome again. You're watching Tinubu, the platform where we speak truth to power. Please leave your comments, subscribe, hit the notification button, and come along with us as we dissect the inaugural speech of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you.
The effort of the Buhari administration on infrastructure development and know how many railroad and water construction and on fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office and what I've had.
Yes, my brother, what you wrote, we eat agbado cassava campaign promises awaits. Exactly. We do not want promises, we want action. We don't trust promises. We want action.
The first subsidy is gone.
Now, did you hear that?
Subsidy can no longer justify an ever increasing cost in the wake of dry resources. We shall instead be channeled whatever to fund the better.
Please keep a note of that. Subsidy has been removed. So please keep a very special note on that. We need to talk about that. What impact will the subsidy removal have on the people? We need to dissect that as well.
People. Monetary policy. Thorough house cleaning. Thorough house cleaning. It's necessary. The Standard Bank must work towards a unified exchange rate.
A unified exchange rate is another key point. A unified exchange rate.
This will direct the fund from arbitrage to minimal investment and the plants and equipment. Jobs that are powered, that will power the real economy. Interest rate.
What is you wrote endless subsidy removal promises. Yes, so indeed we are tired of their promises. I agree with you.
Anti-people, anti-business. We have to work on all of them. To me, I know I've taken you through a winding time, a long time today.
So, what is Genoju wrote? Endless subsidy removal promises. What's the effect? Exactly. The effect is zero. The sum total, there's no positive effect on the people, in short.
And the mandate they have given me is not misplaced. The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria. Just let us be united. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the inaugural address by the new president of the Federal.
And watch something that happens here. I want you to watch, keep an eye. Watch something happened here. I want you to, what do you think of the speech? But before we dissect the speech, watch closely. Something happened live on air, and I don't know if people saw it. Let's watch this again. Watch. Now they started clearing the ground for the gunshot salute, and something happened. We will see how this goes.
Le président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, son Excellence président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, JCRF. Merci, Excellence, et félicitations.
Thank you very much. At the end of
so now watch closely. Somebody will start trying to come towards Tinubu, and he was averted somehow. So watch this now. So watch this now. There is something that you will see. So as he stepped back, not too long, there was a man that came in like a bright yellow top, and he started trying to. So let's have a look now. And he was shouting, I think, but he was shouting excitedly, but it was pushed off the stage, I think. But you will see that. So I want you to see that. I don't think that the press saw it or said anything, but I wanted to talk about that briefly. Watch. So let's see the chair. They're going to chair and all the gun salute and all of that. But it happened between that. So that's a sign language man there. But I wanted you to see that bit, so at least we could talk about that because we saw it. So they're going to hip hip hooray. Sorry, this is the hip hip hooray. Sorry, before that, 3 cheers to the president now. Sort of. So let us see what's going on now. So please to continue to share. Now, yes, somebody's going to be coming up here shortly. Watch. Something will happen now. And I might even roll it back if I have to, but I want you to see it. Somebody will start coming with a yellow kind of like a yellowish cream top of some kind. With like a orangey top kind of agbada. And with a cap. So let us see. Yes, indeed. What is General Lobato Kilotuku? Exactly.
For the 21 gun salute, officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute, and may I respectfully request our distinguished guests not to panic at the sound of the artillery guns by the State House Artillery Battery. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, et pas près s'il vous plaît. Le son que vous ont c'est le son de ce qu'on appelle triple canon. Ça, c'est à l'honneur du président élu, le président avec Tinubu. C'est juste pour le respecter. Merci beaucoup. N'ayez pas peur, s'il vous plaît.
So it is we, the citizens, that must participate in our governance. That's what I want to bring. That's what I want to say. From here on, the onus is on us, the citizens. Whilst we are still under this contraption, we have to participate in our governance. We must participate in our governance as citizens. No longer must we be bystanders. On a daily basis. So like I said, we're gonna watch. Okay, that's Tinubu there, and so they're shooting. I think you will see the man, unless they've cut it out. But it happened live, and I don't think anybody picked up on it. But I wanted to just highlight that bit. Then we can go and talk about the speech. What did you think about the speech that you had so far? What are your comments? Do you believe anything is said? Is it just another empty promise by another elected president? Because many of them have made promises that they never fulfilled. Buhari made promises twice and they never fulfilled it. What is the likelihood? Is it not going to be the same thing with what Tinubu just said? But we're going to go into specifics about the speech. He touched on 1 or 2 things that I wrote down as I talk to you now. I wrote 1 or 2 things, and that's why I wanted to play it. So if you have saw anything particularly in the speech that you wanted to talk about, of course leave a comment on the screen so we can talk about it. It's really important we get involved in this process. So here we go. I don't know if I saw it. I think they might have edited it out. Okay, so people are okay. That's the national anthem. That's fine. I'm not so enamored about that right now. There's nothing to be happy about. So, I mean, yes, of course, as a citizen, I'm a citizen. But the anthem, the government has to win the trust of the people by giving us the things we need, the infrastructure. For us to believe in the national anthem, I believe that the government of the day must ensure that the infrastructure is actually in place for the citizens. There are jobs, there's job creation all over the country, there's safety, there's security. So for me personally to believe in this anthem, the anthem is hollow. It has no meaning because people are dying daily. We don't have any rights, so we're not safe, Yeah, he talked on the fraud constitution. Okay, good. What is I'm glad you talked about that. He talked on the fraud constitution. He did briefly. He quoted the language. I think he said something about we need the constitution must be reviewed and looked at. You know, there we go. See, that's the man. There you go. See that? See that man there? I'm going to go back. I wanted you to see that bit. Let's go back again. So now, see that incident there. So watch this now. So as he's coming, so now watch this now. So now watch this now. So as we are talking, there was a man that tried to come on the stage pretending to be a photographer. He was pushed off the stage. Now, so I wanted to just touch on that, you know. So already within the first minutes of his presidency, there's already things that have been done to try to, I don't know, he may be pretending to be a photographer, but he was pushed off the stage immediately. So that can be viewed as, I think that should be viewed as a threat. But hey, here we go. Watch, I will do it. So now watch this now. You will see it coming, and I'm going to try and we will look at that a bit more. But I don't know what your thoughts are. We will come and look at the specifics of the speech. Now, in terms of oratory, President Tinubu, he may have he has a clear mind of what he wants to do. But what do you think about his oratory? Was it something that you could really, key into? Was it flowing? I'm sure that doesn't matter because he's got his team, for what I'm hearing, and he wants them to deliver on what he said, the course he chats for them. I felt that the speech and how he spoke, the delivery didn't have that punch in it, but that's not to say he won't deliver. It's just my own observation. It's just initial thought about it. He's got the commitment in it, but I don't know if it's necessarily doing what we wanted to do. So let's come back again. Sorry. So, but we will of course look at this in a way. I think we need to be looking at things from that point of view. Those of us who are still going for Yoruba Nation, I urge you, please continue on that road. We need to continue, but we must participate in our governance. And that is why dissecting everything from day one, the speech is what we can hold on to. All the fanfare and everything else, you shouldn't bother us. Now watch this. This is the bit now. So let us see what's going on. So let's see what happens here. There is a man that's coming on the screen, and I want you to see and notice what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, you're of course watching Citizen Ewa, the platform where we speak truth to power. As you're joining us, please subscribe, hit notification button, give us a thumbs up, help us reach more people. Facebook, we don't trust Facebook. Facebook is really been slowing things up for us, so we are moving fully now onto YouTube. We may stream some of the things we do on YouTube now and again on Facebook, but our main platform is going to be YouTube. So we really need your support. We have over 100,000 followers, 120,000 followers on YouTube, on Facebook. Please, we'd like you to join us on Facebook and on YouTube. Join us, subscribe to us on YouTube. But let's watch what's going on here. So
ça c'est à l'honneur du président élu, le président avec Tinubu. C'est juste pour le respecter.
So Waris Tinubu said he talked on the Constitution, and that's right. He mentioned it. So shortly, I wanted to just see that incident. So let's have a look now. We're gonna see. So after they do that, we will just let that roll for a minute, and then we'll see what happens. And then we will see the man try to come on the stage, and he got shoved off the stage. So that can be considered as the first attempt on him within minutes of him being sworn in. and you know, within minutes of his inaugural speech, people came under the pretense of being a photographer, and he was pushed off the stage, and that's a good sign that they were alert. Yes, fine, you know, I mean, but let us see what happens now. So let us see. So continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We really appreciate you, those of you who are joining us. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power, and we are dissecting and indeed reviewing the inaugural speech of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What did you think of his speech? What did you think? Did he say anything new? Do you believe in the promises he made? Compared to the other previous presidents, you know, is it not the same promises they made? They didn't meet it. What is the likelihood he will meet the promises he made? You know, these are things that we're going to dissect and go and look into closely. So please do endeavor to you know, share this broadcast and leave your comments, and let's hear from you. So now watch. So watch this now. Like again, we're gonna. So it's been done again because I think I went a bit too far back. But like I said earlier a moment ago, for us to be able to sing that national anthem, for me personally to be able to sing that national anthem from my heart and stand up and sing and punch my chest, the government has got to ensure that they give the people safety and security, infrastructure. We cannot be singing a national anthem that is effectively an enslavement camp, forcing us to sing a song whilst we're enslaved in our own nation. We don't have water, we don't have light, we don't have roads, we don't have schools, we don't have bridges, we don't have healthcare. So there can be no commitment. They can sing it, but we the people, without getting the benefits of being a Nigerian, i.e. infrastructure, that song, the song is hollow. It has no meaning, it has no impact, it has no bearing on our life, because the government has let down the citizens. And this is where we the citizens must participate in our governance. Now watch this. Watch this now. So please do share. Now watch this now. Watch. I want you to watch this bit. Now, there we go. You see that? You see that? You see that? That was a man that was being to watch there. So they pushed him now. Watch. There you go. So they pushed that guy off the stage right there. I wanted you to see that. They pushed that guy off the stage right there. So that could be viewed as an attempt of some sort on President Tinubu's person within minutes of his inaugural speech. Let's go back again 1 second. Just want to just see that bit here. Watch. 1 second. Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's just gone too far ahead now. One second. Anyway, you've seen it. Let's see what happens. Okay, now let's go back again. I want just. So now.
C'est à l'honneur du président élu.
Thank you very much. At the end of the Federal Republic, please may we put our hands together once more for His Excellency President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
So now watch now. Watch now. So now I want you to just see that bit, because it looks like it was an attempt on him right there. Now I don't know what that means. You know, you saw it. Why did you not do? Glad, yes. So, but nothing has been said about that. So I'm gonna, when that happens again, I will pause it, and you will see.
Very much at the end of the inaugural address, what we'll be witnessing next is.
So. So now let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it forward a touch. So now watch. So let's just watch that bit, then we can dissect it. So I'm just trying to highlight it for those of you who didn't see it. This happened minutes into his just minutes after his address, and the okay, we don't want to do that. I don't want to do that again. Now here we go. I think. But I wanted to just say that. So thank you, those of you who are joining us now. Thank you so very much. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We really need your support in growing the platform. We are moving away from Facebook because Facebook is unreliable and they are constantly breaking our broadcast and interfering. So we are moving fully to Facebook and to YouTube. So please subscribe to us on YouTube. But before we go ahead, we will see.
Presidential permission has been sought and graciously granted there by His Excellency the Special Guest of Honor, which brings us to the end of today's.
Oh, okay. So, 1 second. Just wanted you to see that bit. I saw the thing, but I wanted you to see. It is really difficult because I saw it. You all saw it now. So I'm just gonna try one more time because I saw it. Now, okay. Now watch this. Watch this. So anyway, he was pushed off the stage. There we go. There we go. There we go. See that man there? See? There you go. There you go. You see that? He was pushed off the stage. So that's what I wanted you to see. So that was something that was something that happened. That was something that happened on minutes after the inaugural speech. Yeah, they pushed down. Exactly. What did you not do? I'm glad you saw that. So it is something that we need to be done. That's minutes after the inaugural speech. So now, what I want to do right now is let's now look at the speech of the president. Now he talked about let's look at a few things. He talked about the Africa being the most populous nation. We are Africa's most populous nation. He talked about the fact that some people try to. That's the zoo. Exactly, my brother. So let's I mean, that's my brother. You're absolutely right. Let me just put this on here. So let me just see. So yes, you're right. So let me just do that. Sorry, 1 second, please. I'm just going to answer as I'm talking to you. So and those of you, if you leave comments, we will endeavor to answer you. As you can see, I'm doing on the screen. So please do join us. So we really appreciate you being part of this broadcast. Now we're going to look at the speed. Like I said, one of the things that I jotted a few things down and I wanted to talk about it. So here's one of the things I jotted down. He talked about here. He said that we are Africa's most populous nation. It talked about the fact that some people have even redesigned the map. That we've redesigned the map of the nation. And I'm sure that is in direct recognition of the fact of Biafrans and Yorubas and others talking about the need for them to go for a separate nation. So he recognizes that there are concerns. And that justifies our call for and clamor for Yoruba nation and Biafra because they know that there's a problem. It's not being dealt with. That doesn't mean we are using violent means to seek self-determination. We are using peaceful means. So the people that went into the radio station, Amulu radio station yesterday to try and hijack a radio station and make a broadcast, those people, there were 5 men that were arrested. They do not speak for Yoruba nation at all in any way, shape or form. They do not speak for Yoruba nation in any way, shape or form. They did that on their own. They are what you call on your own, OU on your own. We're not participating in anything of violence of any nature in going for our self-determination. It is a participation of the people having seen that the nation that they're currently in has failed the citizens. So I just wanted to just touch on that fact. Those of us, there's been a lot of us that made a commentary, and thanks for those of you that joined us on the Dual TV yesterday when we talked about this issue about the attack that took place in Amuludu FM by 5 men that the police and the army arrested, who are threatening to take over the station and make an announcement on the radio. So thanks for those of you who joined us. It's been well viewed by many people. It's still available. It's available on YouTube and on Facebook. So thank you so very much for that. But I touched on that now because he mentioned that some were trying to redesign the nation. So I mentioned that. Now he says that we are Africa's largest nation, most populous nation. Well, we all know that doesn't make any, it's no difference to what's going on. It's not. That's just usual talk. Now he said the words he said is, we will govern on your behalf and never rule over you. We will govern on your behalf and never rule over you. We all know perfectly well that what happened under Buhari was in fact ruling over the citizens, telling us what we should do, not hearing our views. So that is what. So it's showing like. His words so far are showing that he intends to do a different kind of governance compared to what Buhari did over 2 terms. Now, whether that happens or not is open to interpretation, and only time will, of course, tell. Now, he said also that he will consult and dialogue. So those are the words. I'm picking key words. He said he will consult and dialogue. Keep in mind, everything I'm saying here, it does not mean I am in support of Tinubu governance or nation Nigeria. Our role, if we are coming to discuss how people can participate in the governance, we need to let them see what is going on and make an informed decision. That's what we're doing here. So he talked about consult and dialogue with the nation and with the people. That's interesting. I myself personally, I would have felt that one of the things that I found missing in this discussion was there should have been an explicit mention of the fact that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through this constitution derive all its rules and authority. He should have made that a central plank of his discussion, because then it would have made the people be part of this discussion. But what he was talking about, from what I could see so far, he seems to be talking about things in a way that, yes, I promise, but it's not imploring the citizens to hold them to task. John Chidera, thank you very much, my brother. So these are the things that I felt was missing in that discussion, myself personally. That line, which many of you would have seen me talk about that. So this is why I'm taking this as an opportunity to put it in there. Since they didn't put it in, we will put it in, because those of you watching, you will know that that is what was missing in that speech, and we can begin to act on it collectively as citizens. So let us go and look at this again in a way to I recognize you, John Chidera. Thank you so much for your comments. So let me just quickly recognize you there. And everybody that comes on here, I will endeavor to actually recognize you in person on the broadcast, because it's really, really important. Your comments are well valued and help us like the broadcast, and share it and let it reach more people. And I'm really, really grateful for your comments there, John Chidera, for the wave. Thank you so much. And now, so let's go and pick up the know your rights thing. It's very important that we really talk about that. It's very, very, very important, very, very key. I felt at that point, when he talked about consult and dialogue, the next thing he should have talked about is what you see on the screen. For me, the next thing that he should have talked about on the screen should have been, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through this constitution derives all its powers and authority. So he should have been there encouraging the people to now participate in the governance under section 14.2c, as you all see in the broadcast. That's section 14.2c. He should then go on to say, the participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions. My government, one of the things we have said, my government will ensure that the people participate in their own governance. We did seek their, so that way it would actually show a need for us, the people, to actually, the government is listening to us, because, and then it will remind us that we have to participate in our governance. So everything I've read so far, that's just what I wanted to put in my own opinion. That should have been part of the discussion. These two things you see on the screen should have been part of that discussion, in my own opinion. So now, it says here now he now goes and talks about the legal situation that his opponents who have now taken the case to court, and he said he also talked about, he sees all of us as one Nigeria, which is a general statement. He says he's not seeing himself from a political point of view. He's seeing himself as a president for all of Nigeria, and he doesn't see politics or in that way. He wants to go on for the full government for the whole nation. Why, good words, but like I said, those key statements should already be something that will be central. If I were to be a president in Nigeria, I guarantee you, I don't want to be, please, I'm just saying, if I were to be writing a speech, if I had the opportunity to write a speech for the president of Nigeria, because I don't want to be, I'm not able to do anything like that. I'm not interested. I'm 57 years old, and I want the young people. The next president of Nigeria should be somebody under 40 years old, in my opinion. But that's just my own view. But, I'm not saying that out of hatred or anything, but for us to build a nation, the number of youths who are the majority of our population are the youths, so they should be the ones holding the reins of power, in my own opinion. That is just my own opinion. It doesn't mean that I have anything against what Tinubu being our president, but the fact is we acknowledge that he's the president. Congratulations to him nonetheless. But that doesn't still stop me from going for Yoruba Nation, and I'm working on that assiduously. So now, the thing I wanted to really highlight again was the section where, again, the participation of the people in the government. It talked about education. These are the kind of things, when you encourage the people to participate in the governance, that will actually stop corruption. The minute the people start participating in the governance, that will put a stop to corruption, because that means that everybody is watching what is happening in the government. But I felt that was missing in that speech, because you see, they are saying to themselves, we will do it ourselves and we will do it for you. Don't you worry, sit down. We the citizens, you don't have to do anything. It's our responsibility towards you. No. The only way corruption can stop, because he talked about corruption in Nigeria, that he wants to address it. But anyway, let's before I go too far ahead, there's something he talked about. He says, I defend the right of his opponents to seek legal redress. So he was acknowledging that there is a problem with the fact that he's a president, that INEC and the beavers and all of that issue has somewhat really tarnished the legitimacy of his position, and he in a way acknowledged that, which I felt was a good thing to do, to acknowledge. And then he said these key words. He said, political coloration has faded away. Now, what he talks about now is now looking at it from a positive, he's now saying, and he said, a vision of one Nigeria I shall serve with prejudice towards none. He said, prejudice towards none. And then he said these words again. He said, but compassion towards all. So which is interesting, because these are fine words that he's using, and he's trying to really, get people on side, and I think it's a way to try and make sure. The words that he's using here, I think we shouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day that the legal issues, fades away. That's just my own impression on things. I'm not saying that's definitely what will happen, but anyway. Then he talked about the issue of develop the GDP much more than we have today. I assure you. He said he's going to develop the GDP much more than we have today. I assure you. Those are his words that he used there. And then he says, through job creation and food security. So again, these are just words. They know, and he talks about job creation and food security. And then I think he broke that down a little bit more. But I'm just trying to look at things as we see it. Please, as you're watching us, don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification button, and give us a thumbs up as you're watching. We really appreciate your support. We are currently dissecting the Tinubu inaugural speech, and as I stated, there was a man that tried to actually attack him on the stage, and I showed that and we discussed that. He was pushed off the stage, that man, obviously, but it's just something of note that a little drama moments into his presidency. Now, so and then it says here, to discourage corruption. Again, I maintain the bit he talked about, to discourage corruption, the word discourages of corruption. The best way to discourage corruption, the best way to discourage corruption is to encourage the participation of the people in their governance. Right? And this is why I keep talking about that. You see, when everybody is watching, and that is why I am saying this now, we need to be part of that process. We, the citizens on ground, we have to collectively be part of the process and engage in monitoring what is going on ground by holding them to account. Don't forget, within the constitution, we have sovereignty as members of each of the local government area. Our collective efforts together, coming together, we can exercise our sovereignty. And that is where, when he talked about to discourage corruption, the best way, I repeat, the best way to discourage corruption is when we, the citizens, actively participate in our governance, monitoring the actions of those we elect into office. That is the surefire way in which we can reduce drastically the impact of corruption. Because when all of the community are standing together demanding for the infrastructure through the use of the funds provided for on a monthly allocation, that will mean that everybody, all our eyes are on the funds and the movement of funds, and we can hold any of them to account. And I felt that was missing in the discussion. Our participation is the surest way to reduce drastically the incidence of corruption in our society. And that is why you go into a church, you go into a mosque, and not dealing with where, and not checking where the monthly allocation to a local government, not taking that money yourself. You are leaving room for corruption to pervade your society. And it will pervade even the church that you go in, even the mosque that you go in, everywhere that you go, it will pervade it, because you have not monitored it from the get-go. And that is why I'm here to encourage us to exercise what you see on the screen. Section 14.2a. Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. We must participate in that process. That is indeed our power. The constitution is flawed. Don't get me wrong. It is wrong. But there are powers that we must use. Right now, from today onwards, every community must exercise that power. Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Please, ladies and gentlemen, continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. If this resonates with you, share it, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. Because what we need to do here, we are trying to do a fundamental change in our governance. This is a massive opportunity that we have before us. With this kind of information that we're providing, we can change the future, the course of the future of the coming generation, through participation in our governance, as mandated under section 14.2c of the Nigerian Constitution, which states the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Again, these two lines were missing from his address, and I'm here to highlight that. I am putting it intentionally in the middle of this broadcast as something to dissect, something for us all to take away in all our communities and begin to participate in our governance from today, not tomorrow, from today. Every month, you must know how much money comes into your local government authority. You must know it, and you must chase that money. You must track it, and you must let them know the areas where there is no infrastructure in your road. You say that the money that's coming, we want it to be used to fix our roads, to fix our water, to fix our life, and that is what participation is about. When you start participating, the incidence of corruption reduces. So it is very, very important we do that. He didn't talk about that, but I'm giving you that narrative, that's something that we can take away collectively as citizens of our community. And please, we need to do that. So then he talked about what does he talk about now? I'm trying to look at that now. So he said he's going to reform our security architecture, invest more in our security personnel. Okay, so obviously he knows that the police and the army have severely failed the nation. They failed to protect the nation. The bandits, what they call quote unquote bandits, and the killings and incessant killings and the arbitrary abuse of the citizens by the police. So he's acknowledging that. But that doesn't. I mean, again, it's a statement that they've made. It until the action backs it up, nothing's going to change. But here's what I'm saying: they can make this promise all they want. If we do not participate in our governance as mandated under Section 14(2)(c), nothing will change. And that is what I'm here to really implore us to really do as citizens. By doing this, it doesn't mean that you are abandoning going for Biafra or Yoruba Nation. It doesn't mean that. If anything, you are preparing the ground that should, in case this thing doesn't work, Nigeria starts continues along the same road, then you know that you are participating and you can go forward confidently, saying we did this and that did not happen. We are going, and you have and your participation will make you see what is happening within your governance. So I urge us above all else, every single citizen in all 704 local government area, you must participate in your governance from today. By participation, you need to literally have this 14(2)(a), 14(2)(c) on your phone, record it, make sure that you are a member of a local community association, and they have this on the wall as you come in at every local community association, and you now begin to download on a monthly basis all of the monthly allocation for your local government, so that you can go and start questioning your local chairman, your councillor, your local government chairman about where the funds have gone. Let them know that they got the funds, and your roads are bad. They must use the funds in fixing your roads, in fixing your water, in fixing your light, in fixing your schools, in fixing your bridges. These are things that we must do on a daily basis. That's what I'm here to really re-emphasize. Now, we talked about, again, we're now getting to some more interesting specifics. So now he talked about better training for the personnel, police and army. So we'll recruit more. Okay, that's fine. But you see, we, the citizens, we can make sure in every community, our focus must be in our community. So we start telling the local chairman, government chairman, and the councillors and all of the staff members that sovereignty belongs to us, and we have to do it as a collective in our community. I'm sorry, I'm really speaking very fast. I hope that doesn't put some people off, but I am trying to really get as much information out there. So now what he now talked about now, he says here, invest more in our security personnel and better training. Now we talked about he's now targeting for GDP growth yearly, 6% GDP growth yearly. Now he didn't give us he did not go into specifics, but he's planning to have a GDP target of a 6% yearly growth. Okay, not giving us specifics, but again, these are things that we can actually influence as citizens through participation in our governance. Because you see, when we start participating in our governance by holding those who elect office to account, and the benefit of participating is that we will get roads, good roads in our community, water, light, schools, bridges, healthcare. We will get all that. Now, when all of that is running, Many of us are industrious people. We are naturally industrious people. Given us, once we get the platform where you don't have to worry about where the next water, where your water is coming from, your light is coming from, your school for your children, your safety, your security, we will focus fully on achieving job creation within our community. In fact, the government wouldn't have to worry about that because we will do it ourselves, because the infrastructure is there to allow us to actually grow. That is what we are good at doing. So that is really important. When you talk about the 6% GDP, by even by ensuring that we have infrastructure in our community, the economic activity will increase, because all of us will have the confidence to know that we don't have to worry about trying to survive on our own. In our communities right now, we are the ones we have borehole for water. We have security men at each of our doors. We fix our own roads ourselves. We buy transformer ourselves in our community. None of that gives us any opportunity to now look at creating jobs and creating a cohesive community. So these are things that I really wanted to just touch on that can be done. But these are things that can be driven forward. Our participation would actually mean that the government will be able to meet the target of 6% of GDP growth, because when we have infrastructure, economic activity automatically goes up. It is as simple as that. Now we said it's going to remove multiple taxation to be reviewed, as well as investment practices. So, and people were happy about that. Then he said, then he said something which I'm going to come to. Then he also talked about meaningful opportunities for the youth, and then he talked about poor, elderly, and the vulnerable to be catered for, and then rural income shall be secured. Now, he didn't go into details, so it means that on a rural basis, people will be receiving income. That's what they do in Brazil, for example. Everybody receives some sort of, if you're in the community, and it kind of almost like an employment benefit. That is something that must happen. But again, unless we participate in our governance as citizens on the ground, that will not change. So our participation will drive down a lot of things. It will reduce corruption. It will ensure that those who are in power now, they are going to be people who are committed, because they know that they will be scrutinized. So our participation is really key in all of this. And that has been the missing puzzle in the jigsaw for a long time, because we have never participated in our governance since they created the 1999 Constitution. In fact, they have prevented us from participating. And I'm putting those two things in the middle of it, so that front and center in our mind, that we participate in our local government. I hope this is making sense. Now, he talked about poor, elderly, rural income shall be secured. Like I said, agricultural hubs. He talked about agricultural hubs to be created to promote credit, so that people can be able to go and get credit from the bank to start their business and grow. But all of that, again, it's based on having a viable, functioning infrastructure on ground. And that is why our participation in all 774 local government areas is very, very important. And then he talked about, what did he talk about now? One more thing. So he said, engage in value-added processing in agriculture. So he talked about agricultural, so it's not just about just selling raw material, but actually doing processed material. So, for example, if you're a cocoa farmer now, the plan of the government, from what he's saying, will be to not just sell cocoa, but to actually do the process of processed cocoa, chocolate. So these are things that can happen. But again, these are empty promises. Unless we participate in our governance, which I'm showing on your screen, in every local community, holding to account your local government chairman, and your councillors, and every official, holding them to account, letting them know that sovereignty belongs to you collectively as a community. None of this can be achieved with that, because we the people have been the missing part of the jigsaw, because we have not participated in our governance. Our participation alone will reduce corruption. Our participation in our governance will actually reduce corruption because it will be out in the open, and we have to do it collectively. And that is what we need to do, and we need to change that mindset. So what else did he talk about now? Then he talked about He talked about, what else did he talk about? I'm trying to see. So we talked about infrastructure development. Again, that is what I talked about, and I'm mentioning again. You see, let me quickly show you something, and I might do that again. I want to show you something, and I'll probably do a replay of what went on before. But I want you to look at this particular thing I'm about to show you. So this is November. Now, you do not, I'm showing you, he talked about infrastructure development, that they're going to be doing that again. But these are empty comments, and they will remain empty comments. I can tell you that for now. On infrastructure, I can tell you exactly what will happen if we do not participate in our governance. What will simply happen is that they will keep awarding contracts to their friends and family, and they will say they are fixing the road, and you will never see the road, you will never see the money, you will never see any development in your community, we will all continue to suffer. But if we do this, if we participate in our governance and say, okay, now we know, for example, in my local government area, let's just take anyone, for example. In my local government area, Oro Akoko, for example, I'm just picking one. I'm not trying to, it could be any of them. I'm just trying to, sorry, 1 second. So I'm just trying to give you a heads up on what's going on. 1 second. Give me a minute. So I want to just, let's look at Oro Akoko. Now, in Oro Akoko, in November last year, in Oro Akoko, they were given the monthly allocation for Oro Akoko local government area was 203 billion naira just for November. I'm just showing you, this is for November alone in Oro Akoko local government area of what state? Let me see the state. Abia State. In Abia State, yeah, you can see. Can you see Abia State? So Oro Akoko, 203 billion naira. Now, because we, the citizens in that Oro Akoko, were not participating in our governance to know this amount, any roads or bridges or schools that they want to build, they can hide that money and they will make excuses that we haven't received it. But because we are not participating and monitoring that money, the roads that they have the money for the roads. Because you're saying it, 200 just in one for November alone. Because we are not participating in it, that money will be shared among the politicians, from the local government chairman to the state house of assembly member to the House of Reps to the senators to the governors. They are just sharing money. Because we are not doing this, we are not participating in our governance. So we have to do that in every community. Let me tell you a little secret. If you want, let me tell you how much. John Chidera, if you're there, tell me your local government area. If you are able to, tell me your local government area, and I will show you how much they earned just in November alone. If if you want to, because that's what we need to do. We need to go to something called the National Bureau of Statistics and get this information. And that way, we can begin to hold them to account. So that's Oro Akoko in just 1 month. That is November 2022. So these are things we need to do. So when he talks about infrastructure development, without our active participation on ground in every single local government, we will never get infrastructure. Because they cannot oversee themselves. It is our job to oversee them. Our job, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. That power and authority we need to wield by getting the information for the monthly allocation and then using it to question those we elect into office through our participation. That is the process of participation in our governance. So I'm really keen for this to be something that we do from today on. Every member, every one of us who got family back home, the best thing we can do for them is to get them to organize themselves, go and become a member of a local community association, and they go in groups to begin to get the monthly allocation from the for the area. So if anybody wants me to, if you want me to give you a figure for November for your local government area, for example, in anywhere in Nigeria, I can give you that for the month of November, for example. So just to give you an example of what I'm saying, I just talked about Oro Akoko. So let's look at let's see. So Oro Akoko 203 billion. You see that? So Obiomangwa 204 billion. You see, and these are funds that simply goes. We're talking billions of naira, billion naira, in just in 1 month. Ugunabo. I think it's Ugunabo. 164 billion naira. So I'm giving you, this is Abia, and Abia as a whole, they received 3 trillion naira. Abia alone. I'm saying that if we begin to do the accountability from the grassroots, we can make a change. Now, so again, I'm just tying into that issue of the infrastructure. So we need to start checking and demanding that the funds, multi-allocation, goes specifically to doing the things that we are lacking in our community. No roads, no water, no light, no schools, no bridges. Instead, they are sharing it because we're not questioning them, because we're not participating in our governance. And our lack of participation means that corruption will be rife. Our participation will reduce corruption. So that's what I'm trying to emphasize there. Now let's go back to what he said. He says here, he said something very key. He said subsidy is to be removed. They are going to remove subsidy. Now, what is the likelihood of, what impact will removal of subsidy do to us? The removal of subsidy will do something. It will simply mean, without the government providing means to make it cheaper for the citizens, that people will find it difficult. I've got a call. Somebody just called me and said, oh, they're going to remove subsidy. That means the cost of petrol is going to be high. And that means the cost of food is going to go higher. So what plan have they got? Fine, you're going to remove subsidy. How are you going to impact the pockets of the citizens so that they do not feel the impact of that subsidy being removed? Because once they remove the subsidy, the oil companies, those who bring the oil to the market, they're going to say, oh, there's no subsidy, here's the price you pay. So these are things that is a big concern. Yes, it's good to remove it because the subsidy, it's crazy. For example, they should really be doing something. The infrastructure and the refineries. We have 4 other refineries that are not working. They should be made to work. So these are things that I'm really looking at. So when they talked about subsidy removal, that is a concern because now the food prices are going to go up. The cost of traveling will go up. Everything is going to go up. But what is his government going to put in place that will go directly to the bank account of the citizens to pay for the difference that they're trying to remove, that the cost of fuel will be for each and every one of us? What are they going to do about that? So I don't feel they provided an answer on that basis. This is something that is of a major concern. So on the one hand, yes, subsidy removal, that means that those who have been earning money, feeding fat on what belongs to the people, it's going to stop. But they are still going to come, and those people, they will simply put it on the price of the fuel that is sold to the people directly. That is what is very, very important for us to understand in this discussion. So I just wanted to just state that and really, hopefully, begin to at least give us some idea of what is happening and what we need to do. And again, we should be putting pressure. If we were participating in our local government, we could go as a group and protest collectively and say, subsidy removal, we understand, but you need to replace it with something for our pocket, for the citizens, going into our accounts directly, so that because the cost of food prices will go up. We're not saying keep subsidy. We're saying give the citizens some direct assistance, direct subsidy of some kind, whatever you want to call it, that goes into the accounts of the citizens who are going to suffer the effect of this subsidy removal. That is my take on it. So the other thing then he talked about a unified exchange rate. Many of us have talked about this several times. We've talked about the fact that in the north, the price of naira to dollar remained at 20 naira for $1. But in the south, the price of naira, dollar, was for every $1 we were paying 500, 600, 700 naira for the dollar. So that clearly has impacted our economy. We've lost money. We've literally, that money has been creamed off by somebody. But again, our participation will put a stop to that. So these are things that we are really trying to look at. And I'm hoping that by having this kind of discussion, we can begin to look at things and say, right, okay, that is what needs to be done. And our voice needs to be felt on the ground in every local government area. Everybody must participate in the governance. If you are going to the church, yesterday, for example, Sunday, people went to the church, but the road that they used to the church was bad. So that road meant that they spent 4 hours on a road that should only take them half an hour. There and back. And that means that they're spending more money on going on the bad infrastructure that has impacted their lives. But if they came together collectively in that community and said, no, we want our road fixed, here's how much. So give an example. Let me go to another country. Adamawa. Let's go to Adamawa. Maiha got 180 billion naira in November. So in Maiha, yes, exactly, Timajek. Thank you. Yes, you well said. You are absolutely right. Timajek said that's why during the change is limited by certain people. Exactly. So let me just put that here. So let me just like I said, everybody who makes a comment here, I will reply straight away. So to you, and I welcome you on board. So well said. So you are absolutely right. These are the things that is, and obviously now that we have a new different governance, maybe that will be dealt with. But now, what I really want to really highlight and state above all is that we need to be part of that process. For example, in every community, we could be saying to them, by holding your governance, your local government to account at every level, monitoring where the money is going, you can put a stop to this. Now, obviously, this is in the area of the bureau de change now. Maybe now with Tinubu there now, he can, because he's going to make it a unit, because he will make it a unified exchange rate. That will mean that the business will not be so lucrative for those who are exploiting the difference between the dual the dual exchange rate, that favors the north and at the expense of the south. So, but we can still play a role in that process, making sure that all our governance are beginning to answer us. You can question them. Every community can question them and say, why is that? And they have to give you an answer. And then that means that they take it all the way to the federal government to question them on the unjust exchange rate. But of course, it starts with first participating in our governance at a local level. So these are the things that I felt we looked at. I think we've covered all of the areas that was raised in the topics that was raised in the all the areas that he raised in his speech. As a speech, in total, what I would say is, as a speech, when you look at the speech and how we delivered it, the delivery was okay, but it didn't have the oomph in it. Probably because a number of factors. The recognition of the fact that there's going to be a lot of problems. There's problems about the legitimacy issue and all of that, and advanced age. Not criticism, but it's just a reality of fact, and also the enormity of the task ahead of him. Maybe that played into things somewhat, but the things that he talked about all the right things except for that area which I talked about. The best people to look after the funds for Nigeria are the citizens of Nigeria, because they know that if the funds do not come in and if they don't watch those funds will be looted. So the people to watch over the entire governance must be the people, and that is why we must participate in that process. And that is why we are talking about this, repeatedly. And every month, what I will be doing is, I've said to myself now, every month, at the end of every month now, I'll be picking a random community, and I will let that community know how much they received on a month by month basis, and I will bring pictures of the infrastructure in that local community, so that they will know that there's money, and they can compare and judge for themselves. If the infrastructure is bad and the money is coming in, hopefully that will make the communities come together and begin to demand from their local community government area the funds to be used to fix the bad roads that they're going on a daily basis, and they have to participate in that process. So these are the things that I think we need to be doing on a daily basis. This is not something that we have to leave and think, somebody else will do it. If you, the citizens, don't do it, corruption will continue to get worse. And that is why I am here to encourage us to share this broadcast, reach more people. Don't forget to give us thumbs up, leave comments, and I appreciate each and every one of you that have been leaving comments, and I'm endeavoring to reply every one of you that are leaving comments, and I'm hoping to do this program on a regular basis to try and touch on various subjects, but always, the long-term goal for me remains Yoruba Nation. But to get there, our people have got to, in every local community, get engaged in participating in their governance, knowing their rights even within the flawed 1999 constitution, as I put up on the screen. Those rights are powerful tools that they can use to hold those they elect into office to account. So this is what we are really trying to do now. Going forward, we need to change that narrative. We need to make sure that every one of us, that we encourage, those of you watching me now, this message is something that you must pass to every community. You have to make sure that you are part of a local community association and you are all actively engaging. No one person must go and put a question and question the local government area. They will not listen to you. In fact, they will try and keep you silent. They might even pay you some money to keep you quiet. But you must go as a community, because the thing that is impacting your life, the roads, the water, the light, the schools, the bridges, the healthcare, it is affecting your entire community. So it makes sense if you go as a community and go and speak to your local council chairman, your council ward, your state of assembly member, your house of reps, your senator, your governor. You go as a group. And the more you go as a group, that means that you're participating in governance. And when you start doing that area, every community that gets involved, the corruption will drop. Corruption will drop. I guarantee you, corruption will simply drop, because by your participation, it makes it difficult for anybody to hide away and steal your money, because you are monitoring that money and you're seeing. Because in your community, you know what is not working. You know you don't have water, you don't have light, you don't have road, you don't have schools, you don't have bridges, and you know the money is coming in. In this case, let me look at another state. Let me just pick another state. I'm just picking a random state. Akwa Ibom. Did I do Akwa Ibom before? I think I did Akwa Ibom before. Abia State was what I did before. So let's go to Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom, for example, they received, in the whole of the state, they received 5 trillion naira for Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom received 5 trillion naira for November 2022, and the breakdown: Uyo 266 billion naira, Uruwe Ofong Oruk 165 billion naira, Uruan 194 billion naira, Ukwo 156 billion naira, Ukanafon 188 billion naira, Udong Uko 154 billion naira, Oruk Anam 206 billion naira, Oron 173 billion naira, Onna 176 billion naira, Obat Akara 192 billion naira, Nsit Ubiom 185 billion naira, Nsit Ibom 176 billion naira, Nkat Enin, they received 208 billion naira, Mbo 171 billion naira, Itu 182 billion naira. INE 176 billion naira. Ikot Epene 193 billion naira. Ikot Abasi 180 billion naira. Can you see? I'm showing you all of this, and these are figures that we can all get. Every community can get this. Let me show you exactly where you can get this. So, because I want you to really, it's something called the National Bureau of Statistics. You can get it there. I've done in fact, I won't show you now, but just type that into your search engine, and it will come up. And you just type the FAAC, and you can go in and you can get the details. Get the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is what I'm giving you here on the screen. The local government details. Every single local government area in Nigeria has this, and we need to begin to participate in that process. If you are going to any church, any mosque, and you're praying and you're not doing this on a month-by-month basis, you are not serious about your development. Fact. If you're going to any church and any mosque and you're not doing this on a month-by-month basis, you're not serious about your development. Your prayers are wasted. But when you are doing this on a month-by-month basis, and you can see, you will be able to see this is how much came in. This road is bad in this area. You guys will know where the roads are bad. So you will tell those who are in office, look, this road is bad. We need the money to fix it, and they have to come and see it, and they have to listen to you. So I hope this is making sense. I hope this is making sense as I'm doing it. Please do share this broadcast. You're of course watching Citizen Network, the platform where we speak truth to power. Do you have any comments on this? What I will do is I'm going to try and go back and look at the broadcast of the inauguration earlier on, the fanfare and everything else. We may look at that, but I wanted to look at the dissection of I wanted to dissect the speech, and which I believe I've done. I wrote some things down whilst we're live on here, and I hope you found it meaningful. But please, above all, the citizens, you must participate in your governance. Sovereignty belongs to the citizens of Nigeria, from whom the government through the constitution derives all its powers and authority. The participation by the people in their governance shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Both kinds, as I'm looking at it on the screen, I'm not seeing on the screen. I'm looking at it's directly into you in the camera, and I'm not reading it. I'm reading that off head. I'm doing this off head because I know it, and this is what I want us to. We need to get to that point where we know these two things, very important things, off head, because like I said, those in power, they don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know that you can hold them to account. But when you know it, it will put a stop to corruption. That is the only way. This critical kind of type of education, public education like this, is what will put an end to corruption. I am definitely certain about that. I'm 100% certain about that. So please play your part. Share this podcast. Hit the notification button. Give us a thumbs up. Help us reach more people. Now let's go, and I'll come back and talk about this again. So that was the inaugural speech. Let's see if I can find you. We'll go and look at some things from this point of view. I want to just see when it started and all that. We just look at some of. We might take some, sounds of it at the beginning. So here we go. So let's go and look at this. So here we go. So let's do this first. Just play for a while, So now. So we're going to just play through one or two things. I may go off at the air and come back again, but I'll leave it playing because I want you to just get an idea of to look at get some flavor of the inauguration. That does not mean in any way that I am advocating for Nigeria, one Nigeria now, and all of that. One Nigeria has got to prove that it's ready to work for the citizens. They have to earn our trust. And failure of that trust, we continue in our struggle to go for Yoruba nation. One Nigeria has got to earn our trust, but we need to play our part by participating in our governance. But let's go. So let's watch this. This happened earlier on in the day, so we're just going through it to talk about things. I may come in and out, so you just see a cross section of it. GCFR given to the president-elect, and that of the GCO and given to the vice president-elect. And then we also saw much later that there was a lecture delivered on Saturday, delivered by the former president. So I think that's governor. I can't remember that governor or some. So anyway, I'm not quite sure who they are, but they're all. To be a father to all.
We also have seen the service that was held yesterday. Beg your pardon, there was a
Charugo. Is that the Charugo, one of the Charugo brothers? Interesting. There's a story about the Charuga brothers that I need to talk about and cover at some point. Is it Charuga or Chiruga? I can't remember. There's a story about them that needs to be told, but that's another story for another time.
Mr. Femi Ade, beg your pardon, not Femi Adeshina. I'm trying to remember his own first name now. Akinwumi Adeshina, thank you very much. Is the president of the African Development Bank.
Akim Adeshina,
at this particular event today, right there in the state box. We did say that it's a pretty big square, capable of accommodating thousands of people, and slowly but surely we did say that it is filling up. You can see people milling into the square. A number of them will have to be taken, will have to go to the old parade ground.
Chaguri, thank you. Tima Jack, yes, Chaguri. I think that, yes, there's a story about that we're going to cover at some point. Absolutely right, Tima Jack. Thank you very much for that. Chaguri, yes. In fact, I'm going to read about that. Tima Jack. Well said. Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks. So, thanks. So, let us, very, very much so. In fact, I'm going to do a bit of a heads up on that. I may flip in and out of this broadcast, but we will see how we do it. So, Chaguri brothers, that's it, yes. So,
if you do not have any business or invitation, do not come close to this place. And if you see the cordoning, because the Eagle Square here is sitting at a very center.
Yeah, Chaguri brothers. So we are, I think that's one of them actually. Yes, I think that's one of them. Yes. So it's very, very interesting. Yeah. Very interesting set of people. And they talked about Chaguri and Tinubu and all of that. But anyway, that's a story for another time. We will probably look at that in a bit more detail and break that down, But it is something that is of a major concern, But anyway.
You remember that the theme which the president-elect has chosen is reminiscent of Hope 93, and it's very interesting that he says Hope renewed. Remember that Babagana Kingibe was on that ticket with MKO Abiola, and during the tenure of President Buhari, they were conferred with the title. He got that investiture of GCON in recognition.
So that's Babagana Kingibe that is looking on there apparently.
Mandate
But
indeed, and Chief MKO Abiola was posthumously conferred with the highest title of the land, the GCON. So indeed, he's taken his place up in the state box as he ought to, and he certainly will be wearing more than one hat as a vice president who was never recognized in the land until President Buhari did recognize their mandate, and perhaps also as a significant member of this, maybe of the party. I'm not very certain now, but I do.
Front of the party.
Oh yes, maybe that will be more appropriate.
So that's obviously with China's covered it a lot throughout the day, but we're just going to run through it a bit and see what's going on.
Controversial as it might have been, he certainly would have.
Bola Tinubu was also elected as senator on the platform of the SDP. That is the same platform which.
So we're just trying to see how things run, how things develop.
It's being seen and recognized as perhaps Nigeria's freest and fairest election in our political history. And Babagana Kingibe, of course, is one man that has played a major role. So
Oops, sorry.
And also today, and then you see senators. Yes,
these are sitting members of cabinet.
Exactly.
Oh, that one has been given apparently. He's been given a award. What's his name again?
Happening right now. I always cannot resist the urge to look behind me. We'll be seeing right away the marching into the square of members of the armed forces. They will be taking up almost every inch of the square and in preparation for their parade. But yes, we can see more VIPs right there now.
Yeah, Kayamo. Yeah, Gane must be rolling in his grave. Yeah, so yes, Kayamo. Yes, Festus Kayamo. That's it. Yes, indeed. Team Ajek, yes, indeed, absolutely, yes.
They're ramping them all up soon because a lot more dignitaries are arriving. Remember, he did say, in fact, Senator Garba, Honorable Faleke, all saying they expect a bigger participation here today. That's the Minister of Mines and Steel, and so several.
Yeah, it really is. It's difficult to see any change. The only thing that will make a change to our governance is our participation. Honestly, let me write that down. The only thing that will make a change to our governance is our participation. The only thing. Yeah, I'm going to write that down so that people can, that will make a change.
In the boys' brigade, growing up, this is one sound that you love so much.
And they're marching right towards us. It appears as though, but that you're going to see that parade go on here. It's a parade ground
in our governance.
So you will see a lot of those happening here.
Is our collective, active participation as citizens.
That is what we're talking about, which you get to see.
And we understand that there's going to be a combination
as citizens.
Sister agencies working together. We can see
it will actually reduce corruption.
They will be involved across all the security agencies. They're taking part.
Actually, drastically reduce corruption.
That is hoping to add some color to this event because the center there that you can see right there.
So participate. That's the mantra that we need to adopt collectively.
That is what we understand that center is being reserved for.
It's going to be quite a show today.
Absolutely.
This. Yeah. So we may just leave it there for a bit and let you see this display so you can take it all in and appreciate what they've been rehearsing all the while.
So there we go. So I'm going to pin comments. I forgot to pin certain comments. So let me just put it here. Then just Team Ajek talked about the fraud, the fraudulent. You talked about the borrow exchange dominated by certain groups, and yeah, the very good use of words there. So yeah, I agree with you. But anyway, those are the parade that's the pre-inaugural speech presentation that you're watching, courtesy of Channels TV. So we're just showing that to get us all be part of the process in that way. We're still going for Yoruba Nation, no doubt, and Biafra Nation, and around us we must continue because we need to continue to apply that pressure, because that is the only way that things will change. We have to continue to maintain and apply that pressure, because the system, without our participation, yes, thank you, absolutely, Team Ajek, yes. So this is the kind of discussion we should be having. For too long, we focused on everything that the politicians are doing. We haven't focused on what we, the citizens, have not done since the beginning of this so-called democracy. We have been removed from part of our major role has been hidden from part of that process. Our major role has never been allowed to be to have an effect on the democratic, so-called democratic process, and that's why we need to bring that in there right now.
Then you see the Nigerian Navy all decked up in their cream and navy blue. You can see that.
Spot on. In fact, that deserves me to. It deserves me to actually. I'm going to pin that now. So I want to pin information that is really, really relevant, because it makes it, need to have a socially and economically economically sound population before anything can move. Well said. I couldn't agree more. I agree entirely. But obviously, this is just a show of all that. But like I said, we the people must participate in our governance, and that is what all of this is about. So I hope you find this useful. Please do share, help us with more people. The broadcast is ongoing. I might pop away or pop back. Leave comments, and I'll be looking through the comments, and I might spotlight it or make a comment, but I'll just go away for a few minutes, get a few things, and come back But like I said, if you have any ideas and suggestions as to how did you think, what did you think of the inaugural speech of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? What did you think of his speech? Was there something that was missing? I've highlighted areas that I felt was missing. The participation of us, the people, is something likely missing in that speech. He didn't encourage us. To build a better nation, we need the citizens to be part and parcel of that process. They have to be actively watching over their governance. But the way they've done it, they've somehow tried to remove the citizens from the process, keep the citizens away from knowing what is really going on. And we need to know, because without our participation, we cannot end corruption. The government on its own cannot end corruption. It is through our collective active participation will corruption be drastically reduced. And I'm firmly believing that, and I continue to maintain that. And that's why I'm advocating in all 704 local government areas for the active and immediate participation of all citizens in their governance, holding the elected officials to account using Section 14(2)(a) that states sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. 14(2)(c), the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Those two alone, they are powerful documents that we can use and encourage and teach in every community. Teach every community to have that powerful tool. And then now ally that with the monthly allocation. Again, you can get that from the National Bureau of Statistics. Every local government have monthly allocation that comes in. You now can go with that information and demand for your local government to provide you, to explain to you where the money is gone. You tell them where the bad roads are, and that the money, that monthly allocation, where you want them to use it. It is your power. It is your right. So, but you have to do that collectively as a community, as a member of a local government association, community association. You go to your local government authority and you tell them this collectively. You have to go in groups, and we need to encourage our people to begin to work on that. Without doing that, nothing's going to change. I firmly believe that. So please do share this broadcast. You will be hearing me, Citizen AY, saying this as a mantra on a daily basis. I am not going to relent on this. We are going to continue. Why did you not do, my brother? Yeah, I see. Yeah, these are just the police thing that they're showing. It's just a show of force. It's not something we necessarily agree with, but the participation of the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of in accordance with the provision with this constitution. So these are the things that we are talking about. Again, we are just having a rerun of what happened at the thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for the thumbs up there. I appreciate that. I appreciate your reasoned thinking and contributions to the discussions as we proceed. There's a lot more to do, but I wanted to just bring this on. But I will expect that I expect that we should all be rallying our people. This is a massive opportunity for the citizens to really take hold of this situation and get engaged. Particularly, yes, I will say it. Yes, Yoruba people. The man that is in position now is a Yoruba man. So we have the opportunity to now exercise those powers, knowing fully well that the man that's on the seat, he said himself on his speech, he said he's going to be what's the word he used there?
His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal
He said political coloration has faded away. That is something we need to hold him on. And that must mean that when we speak about our problems, he must listen, because he's the president. He must ensure that those people who are working on his behalf in our communities listen to the people. And that is what we need to do this time. We have that opportunity to actually do that. It's not about being unfair or impartial. No, we're just saying the infrastructure, and that is why we need to put pressure at a local level. So, and these are things that I'm really, from time to time, you will see me. I'm going to be touching on. I'm going to keep what I wrote, the notes I made here. I'm going to keep this note. Sorry, I'll keep this note that I wrote about the. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. I'm going to keep this note, and I'll be referring to it now and then, because what we need to do is to remind them of the words that they said to us. So they're about to start now, I think. So So, so it is important that all of us, yeah, Chaguri is there. That is a concern for me. Obviously, and that's Dangote there. Obviously, you can see that's Dangote there. But these are the only way we can change the stuff, change anything, is our participation. The only thing, let me read the words again that I wrote. The only thing that will make a change in our governance is our collective active participation as citizens. It will actually drastically reduce corruption. So participate, participate, participate. I cannot overemphasize those words. Those are words that we should use. I give you authority to use that word, to quote myself on it, saying that is the only way. Because the people, the politicians, they will only back themselves. They will cover their tracks. But we, the citizens, they're working for us. In every community, if they don't meet what we tell them, we can call them out. And we have the information. So let's watch on for a while. I might make one or two comments. The military men in Nigeria, they do when it comes to display and things, they are usually one of the best in the world in that respect. But that's not what we need. What we need is good governance. The military should be protecting the people, and they should not be seen in and around our neighborhood. They should not, the police should be the ones who are working with the civilians with respect and having respect for our rights as citizens. So there's a lot of work for us to do. Our participation in our governance this time around is key. It is so key. I cannot overemphasize that. So all of this is all display stuff. It's a distraction. Our focus, again, I say it, every community must participate in the governance. Hold your governance to account. Start at the local level, because that in the local level, that's where you don't get your road, your water, your light, your schools, your bridges. If you start there, if every community took part and got actively engaged, corruption will reduce, because all the politicians will realize, oh, I can't steal. These people are going to, and there's more, and you have to do this as a group. Because if it's only one or two of you, they can take you out. But when the entire community is involved in saying, no, we want roads, we want water, we want light, and you are telling you to do what we want you to do, they have no choice but to do it. We need to take control of the narrative. After all, they say sovereignty belongs to the people. It is time we exercise that sovereignty, and we can exercise it collectively. Let's listen on. So I might be quiet or leave the screen for a while, but continue, leave comments. Trust me, I am watching, I'm following, and I'll be back in between. Enjoy this again. I suppose we can enjoy it somewhat. Whereas we're still in Nigeria, we have to say and accept that these are part of things that they will do as a Nigerian. But if they continue to fail us, we will not be silent in going for and demanding for self-determination and clamoring for. One more thing I want to put in: clamoring for a referendum to be inserted into the constitution. And that is where your participation as citizens is important, because when you're involved in the process and you realize that the process has failed you, and then you can go ahead and continue to work together and say, right, okay, because this process continues to fail us, we are now telling our elected officials we want a referendum. So you pass that message to them. Again, it is through your active participation that can materialize. If you're waiting and you're praying and you're going to a church and to your mosque and you think that will affect your governance, it will not do so. The only thing that will make a change is when you actively participate in your governance. Pure and simple. We don't have to, sugarcoat this. These are facts. So I urge us, please, let's continue. Let's see what's going on with this. We will keep an eye on it and see what's going on. Let me see if I can do something here. So, 1 second. So we're gonna. I'll have some. I'll be coming in and out, but we will see.
Squadron leader Usman Babasambo has attended numerous courses commensurate to his rank, one of which is IT officer's course. The officer has held numerous appointments, and they are OC Fire Squadron, Movement Officer, and currently the IT Support Officer. Is married.
Sorry about that. 1 second. Just checking something. I was just doing something for a second.
Public speaking, watching, and playing football.
Okay, so now.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'adjudant des parades et commandant de l'armée de l'air, Ousmane Babasambo. Il est né en 1992. Il est de l'état de Yobe. Il a fait ses études à Damaturu. Il est actuellement en train de passer le parade au commandant adjoint de parade. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed the parade adjutant reporting the state of men and handing over the parade to the parade second in command in the person of Lieutenant Commander Kusayet Yali Kaza. At this point, permit me to now switch over the microphone to my co-compare, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi, to read the CV of the parade second in command and guide us through the rest commentaries.
Thank you very much, Captain Godfrey Anebi Ababa.
I can assure you that the government under my watch will be people-centered.
True to your words, you have kept your covenant with Ogun people. The actualization of the agro-cargo airport, your remarkable intervention in the educational and health sectors, massive infrastructure development, lives and property secured. Under your watch, dividends of democracy are visible all over the state. All these and many more make your tenure outstanding. As you begin your second term in office and another year of your life, we identify with you and wish you a successful tenure of office. Prince Dakbo Abiodun, MFR, we are proud of your excellency. Powered by Prince Adebayo Samsidina Pelugun, all-rounder, National President Akomoran.
In which His Excellency is successful swearing in as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces on Monday, 29th May 2023. We are using this opportunity to ask our fellow citizens and compatriots to support the incoming administration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu so that Nigeria will continue to experience great developmental strides. And now, Sir Ozo Okabwe, convener mandate for all-inclusive Nigeria. Congratulations.
Marching and taking positions in front of the saluting dais, where they will await the parade second in command to order them to fall in with the guards.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant en seconde de parade ordonne les sous-gardes de former. Le commandant adjoint de parade a ordonné au commandant de la garde de marche d'empare alerte afin de former. Les sous-officiers vont retirer.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command has ordered the guard and sub-guard commanders to fall in. And what you are witnessing now are the guard and sub-guard commanders marching smartly towards their guards to fall in and take positions, while the conducting warrant officers are reverting back to take positions behind their guards.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant adjoint de parade ordonne aux gardes de marcher d'un pas alerte afin de former. Les sous-officiers vont retirer immédiatement. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of His Highness Emir of Bogu Kingdom, Dr. Mohammed Ali Rodantoro, the kingdom bestowed on His Excellency Tinubu Jagaban Bogu, the prestigious title. You are most welcome, Your Highness.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, riding toward the saluting dice to take position is the parade commander.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant de parade est en train, l'adjoint est en train de remettre le parade au commandant de parade.
In a very short while, the parade will be handed over to the parade commander. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command just handed over the parade to the parade commander, and he's riding smartly to take his position beside the #1 guard. It may interest you to know that the parade commander for today's historic occasion is Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, who also doubles as the commanding officer, 7 Guards Battalion, Lungi Barracks, Maitama.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant de parade de ce matin est le lieutenant-colonel Salim Hassan. Cela peut vous intéresser de savoir que le commandant est également le commandant du 7e bataillon de garde à la Karsan de Lungi, Maitama, Abuja.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to recognize the presence of the President Dangote Group of Companies, Mr. Aliko Dangote. You are welcome, sir. May I also recognize the presence of the President African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. You are welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a sequential transition of the parade now complete, any moment from now, the parade commander will take his position in front of the guards and give orders for the color patch on parade.
Mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques minutes, le commandant de parade va ordonner aux escortes le drapeau, de marcher et prendre leur position au terrain de défilé ce matin. Merci beaucoup.
May I please request all our distinguished guests to rise as a mark of respect to the colors when the color party marches on the parade, while officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
To the colors, present arms.
Please, I request all our distinguished guests to rise as a mark of respect to the colors.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Standard is! Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the color party having marched on the parade ground, this presents a complete composition of a standard parade. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of dignitaries that will grace this occasion, please permit me to acquaint you with the composition of the parade. There are 6 guards on parade this morning. The number 1, 2, and 3 guards are provided by the Nigerian Army. Number 4 guard is provided by the Nigerian Navy. Number 5 guard is provided by the Nigerian Air Force, while number 6 guard is provided by the Nigerian Police. On parade also is a highly revered component of regimentation, the color party, which comprises the ensigns, escorts to the colors, and the parade regimental sergeant majors. We also have on parade this morning the mass band comprising of the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigerian Police.
Hello. Mesdames et messieurs, parce qu'on attend la réalité se rendre bientôt ici, permettez-moi, parler de ce matin, car le numéro 1, 2 et 3 viennent de l'armée du Nigeria. La garde numéro composée de la marine et la garde numéro 5, armée tandis que la garde numéro 6, composée de la police nigérienne. La bande chorale vient des forces armées nigériennes et de la police. Merci.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to continue with the remaining procedure, may I now hand over to my co-confer, Captain Anebi Ababa.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Festus Esniki. This is Olubumi Badejo for the commentaries so far. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, this is announcing the arrival of the Commander Gas Brigade.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous annonçons l'arrivée du commandant garde de brigade, le général A.M. Umar. Son Excellence, est le bienvenu.
Roll that arms! General salute! Present arms! Roll that arms! Move that arms!
Mesdames et,
Stand ease!
mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer l'arrivée du président du groupe de Dangote, M. Aliko Dangote, et le président de Banque de développement africaine, le docteur Akinwumi Adesina. Son Excellence, soyez le bienvenu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, CFR, lovely wife, Dame Patient Jonathan. Welcome, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His dignitary's arrival unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration, swearing-in ceremony, President, current President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We just witnessed a while ago the arrival of the Commander Gas Brigade, and in a short while from now, we shall be expecting the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police. As we await the arrival of the service chiefs, please permit me to acquaint you with the CV of the parade commander for today's occasion. May interest you to know that the parade commander for today's occasion is Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan. Was born on the 6th May 1984 in Kano Town. Hails from Fage local government area of Kano State. He attended Kano Capital School for his primary education. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is announcing the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police.
Mesdames et messieurs, annoncez la service.
Shoulder arms. General salute. Present arms. Shoulder arms. Folded arms. Standard ease.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a while ago we listened to the general salute that heralded the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubeiru Gambo, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ishaka Oladayo Amao, and the Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Al-Khali Baba. You are welcome, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer l'arrivée de l'état-major, le lieutenant général Farouk Yahya, le chef de la marine, le vice-amiral Awa Zubeiru Gambo, le chef de l'armée de l'air, le maréchal de l'air Ishaka Amao et l'inspecteur général de la police, Ousmane Al-Khali Baba. Vous êtes tous les bienvenus. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Olubomi Badejo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is still dignitaries' arrival unfolding here at the Eagle Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the president-elect, outgoing president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the arrival of the service chief, the Inspector General of Police. A short while from now, we shall be expecting the arrival of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, CFR. As we anticipate his arrival, permit me at this point to switch over the microphone to my co-compare, my Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi.
Thank you very much, Captain Godfrey Ababa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here events unfolding at the Eagle Square, Abuja, is the presidential inauguration and swearing-in of His Excellency President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, service chiefs and Inspector General of Police, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer la présence du chef du corps de l'armée de défense, le général Lucky Irabo. Mon général, soyez le bienvenu.
general salute we listened to a while ago heralded the arrival of Chief of the Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabon. You're welcome, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, la salutation générale que vous avez écoutée était pour annoncer la présence du chef d'école de l'armée de défense, le général Lucky Irabon. En général, soyez le bienvenu. Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons aussi parmi nous ce matin le chef du royaume de Borgou, le docteur Mohamed Al-Louroud Antoro. C'est lui qui a donné le titre de Jagaban au président élu. Voilà pourquoi on l'appelle Jagaban.
The fanfare you heard a while ago heralded the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Defense, Major General Salih Magashiri, retired. You're welcome. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs and Inspector General of Police, distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, His Lordship, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger.
mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer la présence du juge en chef du Nigeria, censé la justice Kayode, Olu Kayode Ariwola. Son Excellence, soyez le bienvenu.
Distinguished guests, the fanfare we listened to a while ago, rather the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You're welcome, Your Lordship. At this juncture, may I hand over to my co-compare, Captain Anebi Ababa.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi, for the commentary so far. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the still dignitaries' arrival unfolding here at the Eagle Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect. Your Excellencies, visiting President, Your Excellencies, former President, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. This is announcing the arrival of the Senate President and the Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives.
Et le président de la Chambre représentant son Excellence, Honorable Banjabi Amila. Bienvenue, Excellence.
Went on. We've also seen the arrival of the Deputy President of the Senate, Ovie Omoagige. The Chief Justice of Nigeria also arrived while the military ceremonies went on. Well, there you see the Deputy Senate President and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress exchanging pleasantries there.
With the National Chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. And of course, right sitting beside him there is the Babangana Kingibe. Yeah.
Indeed, we've also seen the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Oluka Ariwola, a very, very important aspect or part of this ceremony. He's going to be administering the oath of office, which will be taken much later today. We've also seen the arrival of the Chief of Defense Staff, is also called the Chief of Chiefs, General Leo Irabo. I'm sure he'll be here in the company of the other chiefs, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Defense Staff, and of course the Inspector General of Police. I imagine the court order, which we heard, has it been cleared?
So, I mean, the man has been doing his duties. The IG was here yesterday to inspect the grounds, and I guess that is playing that duty despite, I mean, I'm not sure the position of the court on that matter, but I understand that there was a court order. But we've seen the Inspector General of Police, like Malware mentioned. We've also seen the Chief of Defense Staff, which they are not a title I've heard today. We'll keep learning. Chief of Chiefs, you call him.
Yeah.
Also.
And all of them being warmly welcomed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. He's certainly the one in charge of all of the arrangements we've seen being put together. Everything in terms of the arrangements being witnessed here in Eagle Square has been coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. celebration.
Also, I cited earlier the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who was also received by the SGF. And of course, in line with the arrangement and the order of events here, we have seen up to the arrival of the Vice President-elect, and what we have not seen is the arrival of the President-elect, which in that order, arrival of the Chief Justice, arrival of the Speaker, arrival of former heads of state. I've seen former President Goodluck Jonathan arrive on the grounds today. Arrival of visiting president and delegation. We're seeing members of the diplomatic corps and some leaders across the globe. They also have arrived. Arrival of the visiting president and delegations, of course. Arrival of the Vice President-elect. We've seen Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that the President-elect has arrived yet.
And you know, Shawan, in these matters, protocol is extremely important.
Absolutely.
The order of arrival is deliberately done to show the importance of each person, yes, and hierarchy in matter of things. So, so far so good. All of the arrivals which we've seen are in order, and we certainly will.
The Senate President,
indeed,
Ahmed Lawan,
the third in command, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, is with him. So they're arriving in company of each other.
The Chairman and the Vice Chairman of the National Assembly.
Indeed. So they're going to receive their salute.
Yeah. So that means very soon.
That's them standing on the podium.
Yes, indeed.
They're going to be saluted by the military.
Absolutely.
I mean, these are significant event, and a lot of people might be asking question the presence and the parade or the showing of Nigerian military all over the world, and these are significant showing to show the strength, to show the organization of both the institutions of government, from military to political institutions in the country. And so you can see the synergy and how these entities are interwoven. So you can see the two heads of the different arms of the National Assembly, the green and the red chambers, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila.
So very soon we just might witness the arrival of the president and the president-elect, because I mean, haven't seen.
Well, indeed, the vice president will come in before the president,
that, yes.
And indeed, the president-elect is expected to have been seated before the president shows up. He is the last person who shows up, and then the event.
As soon as he arrives, the
event starts.
Anthem, the event starts. The arrival of President Muhammadu Buhari signals that this event can commence. He is the chair of this event until the moment when the president-elect gets to the podium, takes his oath of office. In fact, we understand by protocol that the sitting president then has to leave immediately, because the chair in which, just look at it, significant amount, the chair in which President Buhari will be sitting will have the coat of arms on it, and as soon as Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, gets sworn in, that chair cannot be occupied again by President Buhari. It will be occupied by Bola Tinubu, and then President Buhari will have to leave the arena. That is how the protocol has been maintained over the years.
And that is, of course, what we expect to play out here today when that happens. So that will also be bringing you all of those. So when he does arrive, we will have the national anthem. Then the event kicks off, the opening prayers, the swearing of the vice president. The president-elect himself will also be sworn in by the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So all of those events will happen. You see the formal handing over of flags.
Chamberlain, that the vice president was a commissioner.
Looks like we're witnessing the arrival of the president-elect. Yes, indeed. The man of the moment is in the square, and you could hear the cheers from the crowd when he got in. The security men seem to be having quite a bit of challenge ushering him in there. You can see them fighting somewhat to ensure that he has a smooth passage into that particular arena. Quite a bit of a scenario there, usually quite tough among the security
this kind of scenario, Mark, where we've seen a few times that this has happened. We see uniformed men and men who are also security agents who are not in uniform. So there you go,
President-elect and his wife.
Absolutely.
Senator Oluremi Tinubu arriving together.
And the SGF also playing his role there, welcoming all of them as the chief host. Yes.
He's the man who is midwifing the transition. His office actually midwives transition process in the country. And I was going to mention to you, as soon as the president-elect arrives, the next person to arrive is a vice president, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. And when we were talking about the man Bola Tinubu, we know that Professor Yemi Osinbajo served as the Attorney General under his government at the time. And so it's interesting, the twist of fate. I mean, our life, I mean, things happen, the turns and twists of life, where you have a city vice president who was a former commissioner under the president-elect. And now you see things are just churning, and this is how life is, isn't it?
That's what happens to those kind of offices. So the offices just naturally, they just take shape when whoever occupies all of those. So yes, as you highlighted, when after the vice president arrives, the president will arrive himself, and there you then have all the other activities kick on after the president does arrive. So all of those formal handing over of flags by the outgoing president, lowering, hoisting of national and defense flags of the armed forces, inspection of parade by the president and the commander-in-chief, the march past in slow and quick time will also happen.
In fact, Chamberlain, based on the order of events, we are 2 minutes ahead of time. The president-elect is slated to arrive at 9:50 a.m. He had arrived earlier than scheduled. So this event, with what we're looking at, might just start very much on cue, right on time.
Well, that's the hope, Shewon. The hope also is that the president-elect will maintain that particular culture even as he becomes president. President Buhari, for all the criticisms that people will have for him, one thing you could not fault him for was being late to events. He was a stickler for time, and I think that designation, African time or Nigerian time, took on a new designation. Indeed, the arrival of the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, into the state box is also being witnessed right there on television. So we see the arrival of more heads of governments arrive in Nigeria for this auspicious occasion, the inauguration of the 16th president of Nigeria.
Wait to see Goodluck Jonathan, former president, also reaching out and welcoming some of the dignitaries. I remember he played an international role under this government, peacekeeping role in West Africa, in Africa generally. So he's met a lot of them several times. Even while he was president, Paul Kagame was still there. So that
there will be a lot of banter to be exchanged. Yeah. I mean, plenty of backpatting and meeting up, catching up perhaps to do before the arrival of the president. We also see
Senator Godswill Akpabio as well there.
Well, probably big questions to ask as to whether or not he's going to make it. Will he be Senate President of the 10th Assembly? It's still unclear. Yes, but hey, he's arrived and he's heading straight to the state box.
Yeah. And I'm assuming, and from what I'm saying, the Vice President might be arriving any moment from now. Some of the persons that I know that had walked around his office, I've seen quite a few of them right on the grounds right there on your screen. We might be seeing the arrival of the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo.
Yeah, so if he does arrive now, he'll be, what, 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. So, but that was quite
interesting, actually. I mean, look, there are a lot of activities and events that have happened on the continent of Africa, and some of the heads of government that have arrived today will definitely have a lot of things that they will remember themselves of, things that they've done together. And of course, we say a former governor of Borno State, Senator Ali Modu Sharif, who was the predecessor to the Vice President-elect, Senator Kashim Shetima.
They have nicknames for some of these governors. They call them SAS.
SAS, yeah.
So there you go. So
all right, there you have it, Chamberlain. I said it.
It's like a German national arriving here.
Yeah.
So
another head of Ghana. Looks like we're seeing the arrival of the president of Ghana. Perhaps another president right behind him, but we did say that a number of heads of government are arriving at this time. You will see them being welcomed. They're coming down from their vehicles. Some of them have come with their wives, and you will see the flags on their vehicles. And I know the very first one I saw in front was the flag of Ghana. So I imagine that that will be the president of Ghana arriving at this moment.
Our brother country. Our sister country. We have a very strong affinity here in terms of friends. There are a lot of things that you might be able to remember. Ghana definitely.
They're not so far from us anyways.
Absolutely.
So there you go. That is the Ghanaian president Oro Akoko just coming in. Also been received by the SGF. So there's another dignitary just likely just passed by our line of sight here. So he's not in the cameras yet. So he might be within the premises in a matter of minutes, as a matter of fact. So we'll know who is in that convoy that will be arriving soon. So
one person's hand, Chamberlain, that needs to be perhaps maybe after this event wash his hands and keep the water in a museum. It will be the boss Mustafa, the SGF, welcoming and shaking hands with all the dignitaries and the big men and women who have arrived here today. Is indeed one moment that he may not forget in a hurry in his life. He's held a very important position in this country before now, but this very occasion has put on him so much duty and responsibility, and I guess that shaking hands and welcoming and making these heads of government feel at home in our very lovely, very wonderful, very beautiful nation of Nigeria will be a delight to not only himself but his family also.
Oh yes, because I mean his office, very hectic schedule, organizing all of these events, various committees which he chairs for this particular purpose, all coming to fruition today, even as we speak. And more dignitaries hopefully will arrive soon before the president arrives, after which the event will kick off with the national anthem. So all of that we're keeping tabs and watching and bringing them to you as we get them here. So you can see the Inspector General of Police there also.
Beside the Chief of Air Staff, and right beside the Chief of Air Staff on the other side is the Chief of Naval Staff, and then you also have the Chief of Army Staff. I'm sure he's also sitting right beside the Chief of Defense Staff. Oh, we see the arrival.
There's another. Looks like this is a Nigerian flag. I assume this is the arrival of the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo. I think I guessed right.
Because he's the one next in line to arrive.
Absolutely.
So,
and was slated to arrive what time?
55.
9:55.
So he's just right there, just on cue.
Just on cue. So this is actually going to plan, according to plan.
According to protocol.
Protocols, actually, too. This
so there you go.
is one of the highly ranked traditional,
chiefs.
absolutely, the Oni of Ife, of our...
And then you could also see the NDLEA boss. Over months and weeks.
Who also led Lagos State for a while.
Yes.
Which was the state that the president-elect was governor over shortly after he was a military administrator of Lagos State. So quite a bit of bit of activities tie them together.
So all the rapid response
if you look
squads.
behind the Oni of Ife, he's one of the children of the president-elect, that's Iyaloja of Lagos State, Folashade Tinubu.
So he's going to be coming down very soon.
So this is the arrival of Nigeria's #2 man as of this hour. For the last 8 hours, he's carried that title of office, and today it might just be shedding that weight and load and to look to something else. In fact, it's been given yet another responsibility to monitor another election and an election on the continent. But today, his focus will be reminiscing on the experience of the last 8 years. What a moment that has been in his life. His work with a president that he said they shared a lot of lovely moments. When the president took ill for over 6 months, he was out of the country. He was in the saddle. He was being regarded as one man who stepped up to the plate and did his best, and no one felt the absence of the president. That in itself is something that one needs to applaud the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, for.
And some of the things that people were quick to remind us of was the performance of the Naira against the dollar when he took the saddle at that point in time. So there he is, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria, arriving, alighting from his convoy, received by the SGF, who is the chief organizer of this event. So he's going now to take his seat. But we all know after his convoy clears, will be the president.
So but this will not come with, this will not go rather without the Vice President getting his own taste of the military salute.
Yeah.
You may now please take your seat.
Asseyez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
The national anthem we listened to a while ago.
Will be when the president arrives. So that will.
Indeed.
So there you go. That appears to be the convoy of the president on the way. There you go. It's in our line of sight again, as we did see that of the president, the vice president. So in a matter of minutes or seconds, you just see it just come through where the cameras do. But we have sighted him here, but pretty soon he will be in shot.
Absolutely. So we could hear the siren blowing and
ushering him in. And one of the things that marks the president's arrival is that you begin to see activity in the state box. All of the VIPs, at least the significant members of the VIP, will come out, will file out to welcome him to that state box for the very last time. You can see that happening already. Filing out. The vice president will be there. The Senate president will be there. The speaker, all of them standing out there. You can see the NSA as well, and top government functionary, all of them going to stand in line in order of their hierarchy to welcome him to the square for the last time as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Absolutely. Wow. The kind of courtesy and protocol you see for only one man, even when he's traveling out of the country, you see people queue and line up in that order and usher him out of the country. And when he arrives to, top government officials also do the same. And this is the moment Nigeria has been waiting for. The world is, eyes of the world is on Nigeria, and the moment is almost here.
So there you
when
go.
this man arrives, Chamberlain.
Absolutely. Indeed, you can already see the bagpipes. The bagpipes usher the president into the square. The moment they start to play, the military, the armed forces get the signal that indeed the CNC is around. Their special sound ushers him into the square. And any moment from now, you'll hear their very unique, distinctive sound.
That's the wife of the president.
Oh, yes.
Aisha Buhari.
The wife of the president is here. It's interesting that they arrive separately. The wife of the president is arriving by herself this time around.
That the kind of protocol that ushers in the president perhaps is only for that office.
Indeed.
And as such that they might have to ride in different vehicles. But now, this shows us something. They left the house almost at the same time, but they're arriving on this ground at just a few seconds apart. So indeed, the moment is almost upon us, Chamberlain Markwe, and the hour is almost here. And from the schedule, in the next 40 minutes, power will change hands. We'll shall be having a new president. Oath taking, swearing in will happen, and of course, the new president will take to the stand. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for that moment.
It's what time does. Time. So what a moment in history that is for the country and those involved in it.
Well, the last moments now for anybody who hasn't arrived to quickly arrive.
Yeah.
You can see right there the governor of Imo State arriving there with his wife. One of the states where an inauguration will not be happening today because they have an off-season election. He's still governor until much later this year when another election will be happening in his state. So last moments right there for those who have not yet arrived. You also still see, I mean, attention is on the state box right now, but what you cannot see other parts of the square where lots of people have been arriving in their numbers as we speak. The square is currently almost saturated by the people, the dignitaries who have been invited for these occasions, and Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike from all walks of life in different parts of the square are already seated, taking their seats as the bus is bringing them from the old parade ground where they have been told to converge upon. And you can still see there that lineup. Oh yes, they're trying to show you Nigerians from all walks of life who are currently waiting for the events to start. But you can also still see there that lineup and the security cordon that has been done, waiting in arrival for the president, the CNC, who is expected anytime soon to be in the square. And I can tell you that when he comes, his presence will not be mistaken for that of any other person who has arrived, because the bagpipes will immediately usher him with a distinct and very special sound. Gentlemen.
Absolutely. When you said Nigerians from Aare, so I mean, we're seeing people from across the world. I can see persons from, obviously from Asia.
Asia, yeah. You don't want to say China. But yes, Asia.
Yeah, and all different persons from across the globe witnessing these very important occasions. You can see as much as seats are provided, I mean, this kind of event will also cut this kind of arrangement where people will love to just stand and just, you know, feel. I mean, when you're on this ground, there is a sense that this ground wants you to walk around. You want to just move around the ground. I don't know whether you feel the same.
But now they have to ensure that they look before they walk, because right now heavy security cordon and blankets in and around the square. Of course, for this purpose, it's very much understandable why that is the case. So, but all of them are all there waiting for the president, just filed out, waiting for the president's convoy to arrive, which we can hear now.
And a lot of people are still arriving.
That's the president's siren, right? The convoy.
And now you can hear the siren.
Yes.
You can hear the siren.
So he's on his way.
Unmistakable. You can hear the siren, and any moment from now, the siren.
This is the loudest that we have heard today, and perhaps also the ones with a difference.
Yes, indeed. Well, in a moment, those sirens will come down,
and everyone will be on their feet.
This is just outside of the perimeters of the Eagle Square, just behind the road that leads from the presidential villa up to the Eagle Square. This is what you see now. The outriders are leading the president. The CNC, the #1 citizen, is going to be for another hour or so or less. But then, for the moment, Markwe, the nation is waiting, the world is watching, and yet we will be seeing what will become a very historical moment in Nigeria.
They're right here in the square now.
Absolutely.
They're right here in the square now. You might see a mini display. You might be seeing a mini display of the outriders. And any moment from now, those sirens wailing will give way to the distinctive bagpipes, which will usher in the president. You can already see them standing at attention, waiting.
Wow, what a scenario that is. Beautiful sight.
Yes, the police officers on horseback. Those are police officers on horseback, holding the Nigerian flag, hoisting the Nigerian flag, marching in and bringing in the president, the CNC. Yes, indeed, they're leading his entourage there into the Eagle Square. Any moment from now, they will be in here.
Of course, this might be the longest drive from the house for the president for the final moment when he will be carrying that title and when he will be able to sound a command to the Nigerian military. That is the vehicle conveying President Muhammadu Buhari.
You might wonder what kind of emotions will be going through his mind. What will he be thinking now?
His smiles will be different. His thoughts are going to be wider than normal because he's going to be thinking about so many things at the same time.
When he walks on that
memories
carpet.
and flashes of past events of the last 8 years will keep coming to his mind.
8 years in a flash.
I'm telling you, this is a moment when your mind will play more than a videotape or a computer machine just in seconds. It plays you so many memories and images at the same time. And there we have it.
There you go. So
this
it's going to be
a moment.
So historic one.
Yeah.
Been led in by policemen on horseback.
Nobody gets this kind of honor or this kind of what would you call it? A military parade before them than the president, and this is what a lot of people campaign for.
Because I mean, we saw the pace with which the advance team came through, but this, you have to just take it in.
Very regal, very solemn.
Yeah.
Coming in gradually into the square for the last time as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And any moment from now, he will highlight from that vehicle and go and take his salute, and then the national anthem will be played in full. We heard it played, an abridged version for the Vice President for the last time as Vice President, and we'll be hearing it in full, which will also signal the commencement of this event today.
All right. That is the buzz of the military music that is playing in the background, so ushering in. So you said the bagpipe is already, they're taking the position and they're already playing their thing there. And this is solemn. This is majestic. This is deliberate. And this might be slower than usual, but it's for a purpose. This is going to be the final moment when President Buhari will walk into this arena or drive into the arena. An interesting thing is, it might not even be convened with the same vehicle that brought him here back.
No, he will not.
Yeah, he will not.
Yeah.
At least for what we know, the coat of arms will not be on that vehicle any longer. And even the chair upon which he will be sitting for the next 40 minutes, it may not be what he will be sitting going forward. This is a traditional and the protocol for which this transition period of process will take.
So the entire Eagle Square, beholding this moment in history where the President, Muhammadu Buhari, will be handing over to the President-elect, Bola Tinubu, for a historic moment. That's the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and that's the President being welcomed by the SGF.
Muhammadu Buhari, a former military general who had sway as a former head of state in this country before the 1983 election, and now he's back. He was back in the country in its run for election 4 times before winning it in 2015, and back to back was sworn in as a civilian head of government in Nigeria. Muhammadu Buhari, born in Dora, Katsina State, as one of those few that are lucky to have governed this country, both in the military uniform as a civilian head. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to get his military salute, a full compliment indeed.
Officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
L'hymne national nigérien.
Please take your seats, thank you. May I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to invite the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Veuillez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît. Le commandant du brigade de garde nigériane va inviter son Excellence, Président Muhammadu Buhari, de nous joindre ici. Mesdames et messieurs, ça c'est une activité vraiment très kaléidoscopique. C'est une activité très riche, une activité historique dans l'histoire du Nigeria. Le président Muhammadu Buhari, toujours souriant, il est là. Saluer le président élu, le Jagaban.
Thank you very much for those of you who are still with us here. We appreciate your support. Don't forget, continue to subscribe, hit the notification button, and of course, give us a thumbs up. You're watching Citizen Aare, the platform where we speak truth to power. The national anthem just reminds us of how badly the system has oppressed and suppressed us collectively as citizens. And it reminds us of how much work we must do. The tenets of what is being sung in that national anthem has not been followed or indeed applied by those who are governing us, and that's a plain fact. There is no dispute. They cannot dispute that in any way, shape, or form. So we are going forward, confident in the knowledge that those who are leading us right now are not oppressing a true democracy. They are excluding the citizens from participating in their governance. And our role is to ensure that we now, those of us who are in this struggle for a long time for Yoruba Nation, we need to start off this journey with encouraging our people to participate in their governance, come what may. The participation of our people in our governance, shall be in accordance with the constitution. And that the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. 42C, I keep saying that. And those who in government now, they have collectively excluded, EXCLUDED, excluded the citizens from the process. Hence why we are where we are now, where there's impoverishment, there's poverty, and this is something they engineered. And that is why going forward, from today, every citizen in all several local government must participate. There is no pride in singing the national anthem. It just reminds one of the enslavement that we're in. It is only through participation that we can change that process. And again, we will encourage the people, our citizens, collectively. Participate. Through participation, we can actually get referendum, because we need a referendum to be inserted in that constitution. We didn't draw it up. So I maintain that, and I say that unequivocally. Thank you for those of you watching. Let's continue to watch this only for record purposes, for posterity purposes. It's nothing to be, there's no pride in what is being done here. Our participation as citizens must be front and center of any governance going forward, and we must step up and advocate for it collectively. You're watching Season A, the platform where we speak truth to power. I will still be coming in and out and talking about things. Let's see what they're doing here. We're just trying to follow. This is a replay, obviously, but I'm on a live broadcast here. So, but I'm, watching me live. So it's a mixture. We're just trying to go through it. Anyway.
Another historic event, which is the founding the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and his vice president. Oh Allah, we call on you to bless all what we are going to do here. Oh Allah, we call on you to bless the outgoing president as well as the incoming president. Oh Allah, we pray for you to bless Nigeria, bless our neighbors. Oh Allah, protect us.
There seems to be some sort of 10-card delay in this, but we might move it along if it doesn't do what we need to do. At this point, we would like to say a castle gbogbo le o gbogbo ite n wa lórí Odùduwà TV Radio 2 aki gbogbo yin o ebo la fi sọ ètò tèmi torí ó wáyé lórí Citizen AY ẹ rí pé nǹkan tí a gbé sẹ́yìn yẹn Citizen AY ni so aki gbogbo alẹ́ kan sí o ẹ ṣe adúpẹ́ gbèsè darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ bá máa subscribe sórí Citizen AY àti Odùduwà TV Radio 2 kẹ́lẹ́ pa pé fún àwọn èèyàn wa ètò àná adúpẹ́ fún àwọn tí wọ́n sọ púpọ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó jọyọ̀ lánàá wọ́n dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó jọyọ̀ lánàá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí àwọn tó fẹ́ lọ gba ilé asọ̀rọ̀ ilé rédíò tó fẹ́ bá ṣe oríṣiríṣi àti gbọ́ pé àwọn kan wọ́n ti anyway àti máa ń tọ́jẹ́ but ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe ṣe àmọ́ kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ ṣeun ẹ bá wa subscribe ẹ bá wa pé ètò ẹ ṣeun.
Any thought advice against Nigeria, Lord, you condemn
You see, they're all praying now. But you see, I told you, this is what I was missing in everything they did. In everything they did, this was a glaring omission. This was a glaring omission. Because this would have enthused the people. If they had read this in the middle of that speech, the people would have felt part of this and they would have been energized to now begin to hold people to account. This is what I'm talking about. You know, anybody going forward, certainly when we get Yoruba Nation, the people must be front and center of governance. They must be mentioned, talked about, they must be encouraged to participate in the governance. All this stuff about praying to this one, praying to that one, and missing out the central people, we the citizens. After all, they said we drew this constitution. And it tells you, it proves that we did not write this constitution because they excluded from the process. They just used our name as collectively as citizens to draw up an imposition on us. And this is why I'm saying we need to participate in our governance from here on. Please, I know people, we can spend time pontificating, getting angry, blaming this, blaming that. But unless we, the citizens, begin to we have to participate. That is the thing that they fear the most. We have to apply what they fear the most. They fear our collective sovereignty. And we need to begin to demonstrate that. They are so frightened that if we were to be able to express and demonstrate our sovereignty, all of this injustice, all of this fraud, it will come to a full stop. They know that. So please don't forget, starting from in every 774 local government area, you have a role to play. Hold them to account. Monitor the monthly allocations. Use section 14.2a, 14.2c to hold them to account. That's the power that you have. It is not a constitution that we're happy with, but those powers we need to use. So I implore you, I urge you. Now is not the time to be saying, oh, they failed, this one. What are we doing as collectively, as citizens? In every also 774 local government area, that is what we must do from here on. If they see that we are on their case 24/7 non-stop, 24/7 non-stop, we're on their case, they will sit tight. And then from there, we ensure we go forward for a referendum. Because a referendum, mark my words, is the only solution to this. Because this constitution remains a fraud. The sound is very, very poor, but just bear with us because I know it sounds a bit funny. It sounds very off, so do bear with us. I recognize that. And those of you who are joining us now, if you are joining us for the first time, please go ahead and subscribe to Citizen Air, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us reach more people. Hit notification button, give us a thumbs up, so that when we come live, you can see us and you'll be able to join us when we come live. But like I said, we appreciate each and every one of you joining us. And we endeavor to answer all, reply to everybody that leaves a comment on the platform, because that is how we, appreciate you and try to listen to your suggestions. And we are all part of this process, and we have to come up with solutions. And I believe that we all have the solutions. Collectively, we are brilliant people, and we can achieve this. They're about to do the swearing in of the vice president and then of course the president and all of that. It's all, let's listen to it. It's not really, let's listen now.
Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Judicial oath. I, Kashim Shatima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Sadly, everything they said here. Yes, national airline, indeed. In the country without national airline. Yeah, diaspora commission. Don't start me on that one. What uses of what uses Nigerian in diaspora commission? Well, they're not really. Yeah. They why did you not do? You ask a very pertinent question. Nigerian diaspora commission. We're not even allowed to vote. You know, we're not allowed to vote. You know.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the Vice President-elect taking his oath of office.
We're not allowed to vote. We're not allowed to vote. So thank you very much for you joining us. You're watching, of course, this is Newa, the platform where we speak truth to power. This is a revisiting of the whole process of inauguration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria now. He's now a president. Apparently, he's made his first announcement as a president. He's got a chief of, he's not chief of, what's it called again? I'll get the name out in a minute. He's appointed somebody. What's it called again? He's appointed somebody in the office anyway. So we will see. I'll see if I can get that information to you whilst this is happening. It's just more for information purposes, really. We should all be ready to participate in our governance. Believe me, that is the only thing that we must do. Yeah, his first appointment. He's made a first appointment. His first appointment is a man called. I'll just try to give you some updates as we go along. It's a man called. He makes a first appointment. As approved within hours of his presidency. Victor Adekunle Adeleke as his state chief of protocol. Victor Adekunle Adeleke is a newly appointed scope who's from Oyo State officially began his assignment today. So, his appointment has started.
New Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat at the VIP stand. The commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la prestation des serments au nouveau vice-président du Nigeria, son Excellence Kashim Shettima, qui est accompagné avec sa belle femme Adjanana Shettima.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Le vice-président du Nigeria, il est allé saluer le président sortant, son Excellence président Muhammadu Buhari, et le vice-président Yemi Osinbajo. Nous avons des personnalités ici. Nous avons ici même devant moi le président du Libéria.
So here goes Tinubu. Earlier on the day for it, he was now being ushered in as a new president. The last president had the last national anthem for the last time now. Anyway, there's work for us all to do as citizens. My focus remains on energizing us, the citizens, collectively, to hold these people to account from here on, every single day, night and day, 24/7, hold them to account. That was what we must do. That's what we must do. The job, the work begins for all the citizens, not the politicians. We need to focus on us, the citizens, and energize ourselves collectively. That's what we must do.
C'est un moment historique pour le Nigeria. J'invite respectueusement le commandant de la brigade des gardes d'inviter le président élu de la République fédérale du Nigeria.
Please do continue to leave valuable comments and contributions like you're doing. They're very, very pertinent, and we will spotlight them on the platform as we have been doing, and we'll continue to discuss. And of course, it provides us it keeps us on our toes, so we remember why we're here and we don't get complacent. That's what we need to do. Our governance have been complacent because we're not participating in our governance. And if we are participating, we keep them on their toes, we prevent them from carrying out corruption. That is exactly what we need to do. I'm just going to try and, so I think I've done. I'm going to share this one now. Replace pin. So, and then I'll then do the next one. So, you see. So.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do some and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution.
I'm sorry, the track record of Buhari suggests that you probably won't, but this is why we need to participate in our governance.
I will not allow my personal interest.
The citizens are the only safeguard for good governance. The citizens are the only safeguard for good governance. The citizens are the only safeguard for good governance. Let's start now. Every single day. Every single day.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Constitution is flawed. We demand for a referendum within that Constitution.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he takes his oath of office.
So he's signing in now. Fine. let's all remember our focus must be our local government area. It's not about the Tinubu, it's about our local government area, because that's where we need infrastructures. He's not going to be the one fixing our infrastructures in our local governments. All 774 local government areas, we need to focus our efforts on that. Each and every one of us, if you're a member of a local government area, you must join local community association. Put pressure collectively. Never do it alone. Collectively. I'm sorry I'm saying this, but these are the facts that we keep reminding ourselves.
Maintenant, c'est la signature.
While the president is signing, just like her predecessor, we heartily welcome the 16th First Lady Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, an educationist, administrator, and philanthropist, Oluremi Tinubu.
Congratulations to them, but what matters now, we the citizens, we must be ready to hold every single elected official to account within our local government area. That is we must be unequivocal about this. We must be unequivocal about this. The work has just begun. The work has just begun. The work has just begun.
To alleviate the plight of indigent persons, and most importantly, she has touched the lives of girls and women in our constituency. In recognition of her achievements and contribution to societal upliftment, Senator Oluremi Tinubu has been honored severally, both locally and internationally. Among these are the National Award of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, Ghana Noble International Award of Leadership, Gambia Diamond Award for immense contribution to the emancipation of people from poverty, many citations and chieftaincy titles. In appreciation of her contribution as a role model to West
We must be ready to participate, my people. We must participate in our governance every day. On this platform, from here on, everything that we do on this platform and on Oduduwa TV radio, we will be urging, encouraging, motivating, demonstrating, reminding every citizen of how important their role is in participating in their governance. That is the only panacea to bad governance. That is the only way you will get roads, water, lights, schools, bridges, healthcare, safety, security within your community. Participate in your governance. Don't wait. The church will not do it for you. The church has no powers. The mosque has no powers. You that you are praying, you are putting your powers down. It's like you go into a church, into a mosque, and you put the powers that you possess, you leave it by the door, and you go to the church and you pray 4 years, and you never use those powers. We are imploring you now, use those powers from today. This is a new governance. We start on the right foot. Exercise your sovereignty. Participate in your governance. I'm saying this earnestly. We must do this. All of us. All of us. We must be committed to this. If we want to build a better nation for the coming generation, we must. Yeah, you're right. Why is you know? Do you say the one Buhari landed and grounded in the UK for 200 plus medical? Exactly. Medical travel trips. Exactly. Well, look at.
La nouvelle première dame du Nigeria. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, she knows what to do at least, you know. Okay, give him that. Give him that. But like I said, right now, you know, keep exposing. Yes, we must keep exposing. We have to. Every community, if you expose it, that's the only way to end this corruption.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, congratulations once again.
Please, many of us now at this point, let me just take this opportunity to pause here for a second. Let me just pause here for a second. I want to say this, and I really mean this. If if you go to any platform as a citizen and all you do is to just complain about something not right, that is not working. That is not working. But you are not joining. Yes, 200 plus days. Indeed, what is you not do? Yes. If we do not come up with actually participating in our local government area, we have no leg to stand on. Yes, for medical trip to the UK, you're right. 200 plus days for medical trip to the UK, when we can have the same medical facilities in Nigeria, and it will create tourism into our country. We need to change. We have to do better as citizens, myself included. We need to be watching everything like a laser beam. We've ignored it because that's what they've done to us psychologically. But now we are aware. We must do better. From here, today now, 29th of May, Tinubu is the new president. We begin to hold every elected official to account, starting from our local government area. And please, I want to emphasize that, and what did you not do? Thank you very much. You're saying that this thing about the 200 plus days for medical trips in the UK by president, that's a bad example. And that is why, unless we hold them to account, they will keep doing this. They will keep doing this. So we need to participate in our governance at the local level, all of us. Like I said, if you go to the church, what you're doing, you're leaving your sovereignty, the section 142A by the door, which states sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. You leave that at the door of a church or the mosque, you go in and you pray. And then you are, for 4 or 5 hours, every year, every day, you're completely disregarding your powers. And you're praying to something that will never ever happen. When the powers that you need to use, you leave by the door. It's time we woke up. This is real from here on. The amount of money that these guys are looting is outrageous, it's unacceptable, and it demands that we all join hands in every local government area from today, to make the change. The coming generation are depending on you and I. We will not relent on this platform. Citizen AY, we will not relent. We will continue to come up with solutions. It's no good talking about the problems. The solution is we participating. Before you go to any church, any mosque, you must participate in your governance. Participate in your governance, you will get better results. Promise you that. Trust me on that one.
Félicitations, Excellence.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the swearing in, what we shall be witnessing next is the lowering of the national and defense flags, which may interest all our dignitaries to know that at the end of every dispensation, the national and defense flags are being lowered, which signifies the end of the dispensation. A new national and defense flag are being received from His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to be hoisted back on the poles, signifying the commencement of a new dispensation. We shall be witnessing that shortly.
Okay, so they explained to him how the process runs. Okay, they are translating to him. That's fine, that's good. That's good.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking you back to the happenings on the parade ground, to the far right of the parade, we can see
the former president and the new president standing together. That's fine. We haven't got a problem with that. We, the citizens, we must participate in our governance from here on. If you don't participate, you cannot complain. It is that simple. Right now, we must every month follow what is going on in your local government area. You follow, demand that the record of the monthly allocation is released to your local, to you all, via the National Bureau of Statistics, without fail, because you need that to hold them to account. I'm sorry if I'm very direct about this. This is something that we need to do collectively.
I you to know that this highly regimented aspect of the occasion is usually observed during transition of power, as we will witness. Distinguished guests, ladies and
so there's some sort of problem with that, but I'm showing you this, so I hope you can follow it.
À côté de salutation et l'abaissement
Please don't forget, as ever, go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power, and Oduduwa TV Radio. We stand on the truth. That's what Oduduwa TV Radio stands for. We are trying to encourage you all. Please help us grow the platform, help us with more people. We will try and restream this again later on both Oduduwa TV Radio, Facebook, or Citizen AY on YouTube respectively. We'll try and do that as much as we can, given time permitting, and hopefully when the time suits, we'll try and do that. But like I said, it's what's important is for us to really participate in our governance. We will stand for that, and we will have to do that whether we go for when we go for Yoruba Nation as well. We'll have to continue to participate in our governance, because that's the only way you will drastically reduce corruption.
National salute! Present arms!
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise while officers and warrant officers in place.
Oh, that's Agege and the other one. All of them. Look. None of them. You see, when we put pressure on these people collectively as citizens, they will do what we ask them to do, because they know that in what they've written, they've borrowed our clothes. Now we must wear those clothes and hold them to account. They borrowed our clothes and hid it from us in the middle of the night. And that's why they're not putting us in the middle of this discussion, in the middle of the proceedings. There's no mention of sovereignty belonging to the people of Nigeria. They're not mentioned because they don't want us to know the power we possess. And we need to express, to explain, to be aware of that and use those powers to let them know we know the game is up. Please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We truly appreciate your continued support on this platform. And thank you for joining us on this extended coverage of the new governance headed now by the new newly elected president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his deputy Shetima. What we are doing here is showing a moment in history. We may disagree with it, but that's the reality that we face. Our goal still remains to go for Yoruba Nation, and what we are doing is everything. I want to assure you that everything that we're doing on this platform is to encourage our people to empower people to participate in the governance, because in participation they will see the flaws that we all too often have seen, that will motivate them to go and demand for a referendum to make a change to this fraudulent 1999 constitution, using the current existing powers within this flawed system. Section 14.2a, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through the constitution derives all the powers and authority. Section 14.2c, the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. These are things that will continue to reiterate and repeat for you to remember and take on board and use. We must collectively make this effort, make this change. The change begins with us. We start now. We start now.
By Corporal Kaluchi Gozi of the Nigerian Army and Ebu Siman Etimwa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, signifying the end of a sensation, a political arena of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And at the end of the national and defense flags, they would now proceed to fold the flag before handing them over to the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade, who will in turn proceed to hand it over to the Commander Gas Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Umar, after which he will also proceed to hand it over to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Loki Irabo, CFR, who will be finally handing it over to the immediate past president.
Remember these words. I said it again. In the middle of all of this, we are putting it there for a reason, to remind you the power you possess as citizens, to remind you the power you possess as citizens that you have never used, Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all the powers and authority. All of the funfair and everything else, it depends on the power you possess, and you need to exercise that power to hold them to account. Every citizen from today on, let's begin to do that. Section 14, the participation by the people in the government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. That again is power that we possess. Those two powers, even in this first constitution, let us use it in every local government area. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. We begin now.
Le drapeau de la défense. Et comme j'ai dit, vous verrez les deux officiers qui sont au terrain de parade. Il y a le commandant de brigade de garde, le général de brigade A.M. Oumar, qui va recevoir les deux anciens drapeaux et les deux nouveaux drapeaux. Il le passera au chef du corps de la défense, le général Loki Irabo. Et Irabo passera les deux drapeaux au président du Nigeria, le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. C'est ça qui signifie le début d'une nouvelle ère.
So they are presenting the flag to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from what I understand. We just wanted to just cover this. We may not, we'll see how far more we can do with covering this, but we wanted to, this is a moment in history that that has to be recorded, and we'll have this record on Citizen AY and Oduduwa TV respectively, and for posterity, so that at least we can discuss this. It is really important we understand going forward that this is something that we, the citizens, must begin to do. The governance is answerable to us. The ultimate chief officer of Nigeria are you, the citizens. You guys are the ones that they have to answer to, and you need to take that position. If you do not take that position by participating in our government, no roads will be built in any local government area. You will never get the roads you deserve, the schools, the hospitals, the safety, the security, the water, the light, and so on and so forth. All the infrastructure that you need, the information highway that you need. You need to participate. Every local government area, join a local community association. Collective effort must be the motto. Collective effort to achieve the common goal. Collective effort to achieve the common goal. Collective effort to achieve the common goal. Let's go. We can do this as citizens. And the ultimate goal is for a referendum on that fraudulent 1999 constitution. With your participation, we are closer to achieving that. So it is very important.
Comes to a halt as the commander pays compliments. He takes a step forward and hands over the case flag to the commander gas brigade as he takes his steps backward, paying compliments. And the commander turns to his right, marching towards the Chief of Defense Staff, General Loki Irabo, CFR, who pays compliment before receiving the case flag from the commander.
Le général de corps de brigade vient de passer le drapeau national et le drapeau de la défense.
Now he gives it to Tinubu, I presume. He gives it to Tinubu. Oh no, he gives it to. Oh, he gives it to Tinubu, to Buhari as a final to do with his. And now, so now they are now going to give the new one to Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
You can see the Chief of Defense Staff handing over the old national and defense flags to the immediate past.
And the new one is now being given to the new one. So this is the old and the new, to signify old and new.
Signifying the end of his administration.
But anyway, these are all, funfair and parade and procession stuff and all of that. But the biggest, most important people in all of this is us, the people, and we're absent in this process. Because we have not been mentioned. The mention has been made by the fact that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through the constitution, derives all its powers and authority, to remind us of our need to participate. So this is what we need to do from here on. This is the message. If you get anything from this, understand that every 774 local government area, that's where we start. Start participating collectively. join a local community association, have a copy of the section 14.2a, 14.2c on your phone, begin to track the monthly allocation for your local government area, and do things collectively to begin to hold them to account as a group. Never do it on your own. That is the only way you will get the infrastructure you need. The churches and the mosques, they ask you to forget that you have sovereignty. The churches and the mosques are telling you to forget that you are sovereign in your own land. They start asking you to believe that you're a servant of God and forget the fact that you, the country, is answerable to you collectively. You need to wake up. These are the facts that we're saying it. I'm not saying it out of hatred, or I'm saying the facts. We need to wake up, my people.
Sergeant Major Guards Brigade Nigerian Army, Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar, as he pays compliment and receive the case flag from the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General A. Umar, who pays compliment as the Regimental Sergeant Major turns about carrying the brand new case national and defense flags to hand it over to the flag bearers.
So Tinubu has handed it to his now officials, and they now handed it to.
The first to be retrieved is the new national flag by Sergeant Ndoma Patrick of the Nigeria Air Force.
So ladies and gentlemen, of course, you're watching Citizen Air, the platform where we speak truth to power. Thank you for joining us. If you're joining us for the first time, please subscribe to Citizen Air, the platform where we speak truth to power. You're watching, of course, the inauguration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria on the 29th of May 2023. But in the middle of all of this, please, what is most important for us all to do, let me pause it. What is most important for us all to do at this point is to remember that ultimately the people are the most important, we the citizens, and we must begin to participate in our governance on a daily basis. We're not leaving it to the hands of these politicians. We have the powers within the Constitution. Again, I'm going to show you, those of you who are joining us, if you're joining us for the first time, it says here, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government through the Constitution derives all its powers and authority. We need to exercise those powers by participating. Section 14.2c, participation by the people in the governance shall be in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. These are powers that we must begin to exercise right from our local communities on a daily basis, to keep track of what is going on, to make any all of the funds, to make sure that they're spent on infrastructure that we need, not being looted. So we have a big role to play from here on. On this new governance, let us start like we mean to, as we mean to go on, to get a better future for the coming generation. Whether we're in Nigeria or not, the key thing is we must participate in our governance. If it works in Nigeria, then fine and good, we can look at it. But again, we're asking for, what must happen is for the people to have a referendum. The people's voice must be heard. So you have a role to play by participating in your governance.
Compliment being paid there once again, as they take a step forward to receive the brand new national and defense flags.
Again, I do apologize if I'm speaking with pure passion here, because I firmly believe that there's a better future for the coming generation, and I cannot help when I see that this picture being featured away by a bunch of corrupt criminals who call themselves leaders. But it is up to us to hold them to account collectively in every local government area. Let's start from today.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous témoignez maintenant l'issage du drapeau national et du drapeau de la défense, ce qui signifie le commencement de la nouvelle.
So thank you very much for watching. Those of you who are following us, we really appreciate you. Continue to subscribe, hit the notification button. Let us reach more people, because what we do on this platform, we are hoping to make you see the solution for our nation within yourself as a citizen, and you have a role to play, and to willingly take on that role collectively. It's a collective effort, so we are really keen on that. Let's let you watch. We'll let you watch this process uninterrupted for a while, for a time. Thank you.
national flag.
Very interesting pictures you're seeing there, aren't they, of activities happening right now live at Eagle Square in Abuja. It's official, as you would have seen on our Twitter thread. The government of the Buhari administration is over. We have a new president now in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That picture you're seeing, of course, is one of those rare moments where the Nigerian flag is being hoisted all across, and this new flags also are being hoisted, as we have seen in the official demonstration that has happened earlier as the events unfold. We apologize for the audio.
So yes, you do have a new president, and that's of course the new flag that you're seeing, and the flag hosted the new flag of Nigeria, and of course the signal of the rulership of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the new president of Nigeria. So let's go ahead.
Car.
So here we
one
go.
That brought him to the venue, and it takes off for Katsina with 001 for the last
time. And, he's always talked about how he longed to return, to Katsina, to Daura, his hometown.
So that's the man in charge now.
Yeah.
And he's going to take that right.
Well, we don't know what's happening.
It rained in the early hours of today, and there was
so that is
Tinubu
now.
This will happen, and there you go.
That's the new president.
Tinubu with that iconic.
He's now waving.
Live images from the Eagle Square, Abuja.
Well, it's not about wave anymore now for me. It's about what we do within our communities. The wave is good. It's good for photograph and everything else. But what is happening in our communities? What role are we playing? Participate in our governance. Every one of us. There's too much money being looted and not being used on our infrastructure. We cannot complain if we do not hold them to account. We cannot complain if we do not hold them to account. Our job must be to hold them to account. We need to be honest with ourselves about this. The church and the mosque is not the solution. It is working together within our community to see that the roads, the schools, the hospitals, the bridges, the safety, the security we need are in place by our collective effort. By our collective effort will yield results. That's why I'm insisting. Section 1428, Section 142C, know it. Download the National Bureau of Statistics on a monthly basis for your local government area, and you can find out how much is spent, and you can ask them questions. They are answerable to you, because sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority.
Did I hear former president again? But yeah. Yes, you're right. It's going to take some time. Well, there are those who say that this new president is one of the most prepared presidents, one of the few we had who actually prepared to be president of the country. And it's not just a ceremony. I think it definitely... Okay, so let's go back and listen to audio from Eagle Square in Abuja.
His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu was headhunted for both international and local companies, including Mobile Nigeria, where he held important positions like senior auditor and company treasurer. He left the company to embark upon his political...
I mean, it's good. It's good that it's getting in a parade and everything else. It's parading the ground and everything else, waving to the crowd. That's fine. That should not be our concern. Our concern is what infrastructure are in our local communities, and how are we going to get it using the powers we possess. I'm just reiterating this now. We need to, from here, let's start. Don't wait around. We must exercise those powers. I keep reiterating it over and over, over and over.
Across the region. Among the most consequential and impressive of his achievements as the governor of Lagos was his revolution of the state's environmental policies and the creation of thousands of jobs for negotiations through the private sector partnership program.
Well, there are things we could say about that, but we're not. Today is not the day for that.
While Governor of Lagos includes
Today is not the day for that.
education reforms, under which now thriving mission schools were returned to their original owners after decades of government control.
Well,
free education and West African Examination Council forms for school leavers, giving underprivileged children access to further education, more career opportunities, and better life prospects. Civil service reforms, which led
there are questions to be asked here, but let's just, today is not the day for that. What we want is we need to participate in our governance. In fact, we should ask the questions. You should be, as a citizen in your community, be asking questions. If you want to ask a president that question, then you can ask them. So I take that back. We should be asking questions. We need to make them uncomfortable. We need to make them uncomfortable. This deference nonsense, when they've denied us our right to exercise our sovereignty, has gone on long enough. Every community, please, you owe it to yourself and your community, and for the infrastructure you need to begin to participate on a daily basis in your government. Hold them to account. Use section 14.2a, 14.2c, and of course, demand for ensure you get the monthly education records so you can question them on the mount and be able to tie that to the lack of infrastructure in your community, and those funds should be used for those infrastructures. That must be a consistent approach that we adopt, all of us in all senators from the government. The watches is anywhere the platform will speak to the power.
Strategic vision and moral principle. When the history of the first 2 decades of the 21st century in Nigeria is written, it will record Bola Tinubu's rare courage and foresight in guiding his party, the All Progressive Congress, to victory in 2015, and how, working with other patriots, he abolished the determined efforts of the then ruling party to turn Nigeria into a one party. Much as he understands
just checking.
Power, indeed, his democratic footprints go beyond Nigeria.
So continue to share this broadcast. Of course, you're watching Season where the platform will speak to power. What we're trying to do is to really make sure that we encourage you to participate in your government section. Thumbs up. If one thumbs up, YouTube. That's my platform. Facebook.
As one of the few champions of democracy with the potential and experience to improve the fortunes of his people, Bola Tinubu is the very best man, and today the 16th president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is happily married to his lovely wife, the 16th First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu.
Yeah, again, we thank those of you, each and every one of you who have left comments on the platform. We really appreciate you. We endeavor to answer as many of them as possible, reply, and indeed, give our support and endorse what you say, and indeed support it, and actually try and put that forward as suggestions for the entire community to use to improve their lives. It's good to hold these people to account, but we need to participate in our governance first and foremost. That is something that all of us must do. Whether we're in Nigeria or in Yoruba Nation, we must participate, because that participation will actually get us to Yoruba Nation, believe it or not. Because by doing that, we will be able to now go for self-determination. When we start participating, we can insert within this current flawed constitution a referendum through our persistence as citizens, exercising our right as sovereigns to demand for a referendum be inserted, because we are getting the government to bend to our collective will, and that is what we must do. So I continue to urge us all, please subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us reach more people. The information that we're passing here is invaluable. Help us reach more people, because we need 774 local government areas to begin to empower themselves to hold each and every elected officials within the local government area to account, and they must bend to the will of the collective people of that local government area.
Mr. Mohammed Tijani for the wonderful citation of the special guest of honor on this auspicious occasion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the inspection, we shall witness shortly the parade commander seeking permission to continue with the rest of the parade.
May I have your permission to carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency?
Presidential permission has been sought there and graciously granted by His Excellency, the special guest of honor.
He said, "Go ahead."
Officer for today's historic occasion.
So you are of course watching the presidential inauguration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's now been sworn in as the president, the next president of Nigeria, the 16th president of Nigeria, from what I understand. And our role now begins as citizens to begin to hold all of the elected officials to account in all 704 local government areas. That must be our area of focus. This is of course you can pause and celebrate here, but we need to hold them to account. Let us begin that process in every local government area. Participate in your governance. Join a local community association. No, please study of head section 42A, 42C. Know it of head in your, and apply that. Have it on the wall of every local community association within the land, so that you know you have the power, to remind you of the powers you possess, and be willing to use it. We're demonstrating how you can use that power to hold your elected officials to account. Please, the process starts now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Share, and share. I want you to know the platform where we speak truth to power. So we're just going to watch this for a little bit. If it comes to the point where he begins to make a speech, we will round it up before that, because we've done that earlier on, and we dissected the inauguration speech, so we will not be doing that again. But we'll see what happens here. We might be finishing anytime from now, but let's see how it goes. We just want to see. It's a huge entourage and demonstration, and sort of now he's demonstrating his commander-in-chief powers by saying, okay, proceed with the parade. So that is what's happening now. It's a process within the procession, if you like. I long for the day when I can hear them doing this parade in Yoruba land. I long for that day. I cannot help it. I long to be hearing the parade to be done in Yoruba language in Yoruba land. That is what I see in my mind. I see it as I say it. That is me personally. But we're not there yet.
Right and left wheel. Slow march.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, still events unfolding here at the People Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration, swearing in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
This will probably go on for quite some time, so let's see how it goes. Thank you.
What you are witnessing now are the guards forming squad without just information. Before forming an extended formation by the guards towards the 17 days, led by the Oro Party. The essence is for the guards to pay their respect to the special guest of honor who has taken his position on the saluting days, and also for the reviewing officer to take a close look at the turnout of the guards who are impeccably dressed at close range. The Before presenting arms to the special guest of honor, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it will also interest you to know that the far past towards the saluting days and the forming squads by the guards is another display of silent drill, as the guards are only reacting to the initial words of command given by the parade commander before the commencement of the march pass. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Supérieur, les chefs d'État des pays africains qui nous ont honorés avec leur présence. Mesdames et messieurs, ce que nous voyons maintenant actuellement, c'est les membres de la force armée nigériane. Les escortes des drapeaux, les réduits, ils marchent vers le diage des salutations afin de montrer et justifier la loyauté de la force armée nigériane au président, son Excellence. Il marche majestueusement, calmement, avec la dignité, courage, la fierté, qui sont les qualités de l'armée dans le monde. Vraiment kaléidoscopique, plein de couleurs qui signifient nouvelle ère de la discussion, nouvelle discussion au Nigeria. Mon commandant, mon capitaine Ababa, je passe la parole à vous.
Senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, what you are watching at the moment are the guards forming squad to the right and left of the parade ground, preparatory for the presenting of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To the left half of the saluting base, we have the number 1, 2, and 3 guards provided by the Nigerian Army. And to the right half of the saluting base, we have the number 4 guard provided by the Nigerian Navy. The Navy color and the Air Force color being carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, witnessed a while ago the various guards paying compliments, all to show their loyalty to the special guest of honor. After paying compliments, we are now retreating back in orderly fashion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous voyez, il y a 6 gardes comparables ce matin. Nous avons les 2 premiers gardes composés de l'armée de la 4e garde est composée de la marine nationale. La 5e garde est composée de l'armée de l'air nigériane. Et nous avons aussi la 6e garde composée par la police nationale. Le président s'approche vers les révolutionnaires.
Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back and enjoy this beautiful parade by these amazing officers and men, permit me to acquaint you with the significance of 21 gun salute, which is part of activities like for today's celebration. The 21 gun salute is a military tradition used to accord respect or honor to dignitaries. Generally, saluting is done using hand, sword, colors, small arms and firing of artillery guns. Salute by gunfire is an ancient ceremony which originated in the 17th century and involves the use of artillery guns to fire ammunitions, usually blanks, to welcome important dignitaries or commemorate an anniversary. Traditionally, gun salutes are presented to honor or welcome a foreign president or head of state on a state visit. It is also used to cover real days, marking on public holidays and independence anniversary celebrations. Others include Ascension Day, State Funeral of the late President, and Independence Day. In Nigeria, gun salute is provided during armed forces members' celebrations, inauguration parades, independence anniversary, and in honor of visiting presidents. Today we shall be witnessing the firing of 21 gun salute to signify the great respect and unflinching loyalty that the Nigerian armed forces and the Nigerian police have for the exalted office and the personage of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. On that note, I request our distinguished guests not to panic.
Well, the images you're seeing right there, of course, the Eagle Square is right there. But then that insert picture, that little box that you're seeing right there on the screen as well, is that of the now outgone President Muhammadu Buhari and his family heading towards Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport right there in Abuja, heading towards the aircraft to finally go to Daura, as the president, or the former president, had often said over and over again. Most certainly, I wonder the kind of emotions, not just for the president, but his wife, his children as well.
Family.
First powers transit. As I said, he came into that arena this morning as the president. Now he's former president, just like that. I know that the current president says that he will seek advice, come knock on his door, and all of that. But the former president has been quite clear about what he'll be doing after his time in office. He said it time and again that he couldn't just wait to go back to his farming, to his livestock, and all of that. And I know for a lot of Nigerians, this might be an emotional moment as well. Looking back at the past 8 years, the promises made and the deliveries, the reality on the ground. It's going to be it's going to take a lot of retrospection for Nigerians, and I imagine for the former president himself. But those are live images from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in the nation's capital, Abuja. Former President Muhammadu Buhari, Citizen Buhari, as I'm calling him now, departing or about to depart to Daura with his family.
Well, convenient not to topple as we are doing on that title, president. So we get used to the new reality that we now have a new president, who is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But it's been a mix of emotions right here as we watch the initial parade, the handover of the flag, the national flag and the defense flag from the former president to the new president. And the parade, the splash of colors, the array of white on green of the men of the armed forces as they paraded. And we've heard the voice of the president, acknowledging the armed forces as he inspected the parade, the guard, the combination of the armed forces. It's a beautiful ceremony, but much more important, is what lies ahead of the incoming president. Nigerians are expecting governance in equal measure of aesthetics. It's a tall order, very demanding, but that's the job he signed up for. And he says, look, don't pity me. So Nigerians are not, they're waiting for immediate results. But the question is, how soon will the results start coming in?
If you have the answer, then just give it to us right there on Twitter.
Well, you know, in that inset, you still see that former president still has a couple of people around him. And that's what some of the people in power will tell you, that the moment they're out of power, you know, all of the knocks on your doors, the people waiting to see you, all of those, you know, people lined up, it usually reduces, and there's always that silence. So
you know, that proverbial, the phone stopped ringing.
Stopped ringing. Yes, he still has a couple of people, you know, saying goodbye to him. I imagine some of his staff, and there you see approaching the aircraft and walking in. So,
well, our correspondent Emperor Simon is there, and hopefully we'll be able to have a word or two with him when the time is right. But then don't forget that the big screen still shows you
the big event.
The big event. You know, the picture you are giving you from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport is no less significant, but just so you know, as Kaudi said, Paris transit. You are a human being, but you occupy a position at any given point in time, and who knows for how long.
And there goes former President Muhammad Buhari into that aircraft. Well, I'd just like to mention that the bigger screen, it looks like the camera is trying to go into the skies as well. Just to follow. What you're seeing on the big screen, there's still a lot to expect from the Eagle Square. Actually, this is a march past in slow and quick time. Colorful display, honestly. It's always beautiful to watch. I mean, look at that. All marching in synchronization. It's just beautiful seeing the work that has gone into this by lots of man-hours of rehearsals, and you have to get everything right. Everything has to be perfect, excellent, precise. And that's what a lot of Nigerians will be expecting from the government. I think so. This is a typology of the expectations of Nigeria. All of your decisions, the activities of the government has to be top-notch, excellent.
Right, okay.
From the president's decisions to his cabinet to the National Assembly, people have invested, their votes in them, so they expect nothing less excellent. So after that, we'll still look forward to the big one, the CNC's speech as the Commander-in-Chief of Army.
So apparently the family, they're going away. You won't see the pictures on here.
Well, speaking of speech,
the former first family are supposed to be going away. They're flying. I can see on the screen, but you can't see it here because it's behind me, right behind me here in the broadcast. So, but I'm just trying to just reiterate the point I've been saying over and over, because I think that's the only way we can really achieve this. When all is said and done, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. If you watch this broadcast, I'll leave you on the screen. If you've been watching this broadcast, you would think that they possess all the powers now, and we would forget that they derive all its powers and authority from us, the people. Sovereignty is always ours, and that's the one thing I want to make sure that we all hold on to and key in on, because that is so important for us to remember, So I'm just trying to really reiterate that point over and over and over, because I really think that we have lost that has lost in translation. That fact has been lost in translation, that all of this ceremony is all on our say-so. It's all on our acceptance of the new governance welcoming it in, but without realizing that we have those powers, and that's what we're trying to change. So please download this, keep this on what you see on the screen, share it among friends and family and friends, and so let's just see. We might be winding this down shortly, but let's see what happens. I'll wind it down shortly.
Nigerians continue to put the former president to task on that very significant line from his first speech. I belong to everyone and I belong to no one. So Nigerians will also going to be looking forward to the significant promises, the significant lines, the paradoxes, if any, of the speech that we're about to hear from the incoming president.
So when it comes to that speech, I think we will wind down.
It takes some getting.
So I think I'm probably going to wind it up here. Wind it down from here. I want to thank each and every one of you. Waris Jinodu, thank you so very much. T Majek, thank you so very much. Joseph Chinedo, is it Joseph Chineda? I hope I said it right. I thank you. And many of those of you who have been joining in, watching what we're saying. Joseph, let me just make sure I get it right. I want to make sure I got the name. Joseph Chineda, I think it is. I hope I'm saying John Chidera. Sorry about that. I need to get it right. Sorry. John Chidera. I wanted to make sure I checked that. I really appreciate your comments and contributions and many of your suggestions. As you're seeing, we're winding down now. It's going to go back to the inaugural speech, which we dissected at the beginning of the broadcast. And we did it back to front because that was more important to really home in on. As ever, I want you all to know that we have the power to hold our governors to account. Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. That is what you really want to hold on to. The military will not give you that power. The military men are supposed to be serving you. The police are supposed to be serving you. And the elected officials are supposed to be serving you. And we need to start exercising those powers. We need to teach our children in secondary schools, in primary schools, and adult education, and all over. We all need to really learn what it means to be citizens. As citizens, we have sovereignty, and we need to exercise those sovereignty. We need to participate in our governance to hold them to account because of the monthly allocation that goes into our local government that is never used for the infrastructure that we need, and we need to reverse that. We need to make sure we use our sovereignty to force them, to compel them to do what we, the citizens, want, which is to build infrastructure, to get them to bend to our collective will. So I thank you all so very much. You've been watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. I hope you found this informative in a way. And as ever, please do share this podcast, because what we do on this platform is to really try and talk about speak truth to power, encourage you to be able to exercise your collective power. This relates to all 774 local government area. Keep in mind, as ever, our ultimate, myself personally and Citizen AY and Oduduwa Radio, we firmly believe in Yoruba Nation. Self-determination is the ultimate goal. But to get there first, we need our people to first begin to exercise their powers within the current governance, and then go forth within this same governance, use the powers that they have, and now go for demand for a referendum. Without participating in governance, nothing will change. That is what we will keep reiterating over and over and over and over again. We must participate in our governance. It is of the utmost urgent importance. In fact, that is the only thing. It must be the only game in town that we must play in all 774 local government areas. Focus on your local government area. Ensure they build infrastructure. And guess what? If we all did that, all of the local government areas will have what? Infrastructure. Because those who are looting, they will not be able to loot, because you'll be watching them, you'll be scrutinizing what they're doing, you'll be holding them to account. And that will mean that now we are now playing our effective role as citizens in our governance. That is our role. Our key role is to hold our governors to account, and we must start exercising, and we must teach each other how to do it. Best practice must be reflected across all the 774 local government areas. We must raise the level within ourselves, because it is obvious that the governors will not do it, because it is they depend on us not knowing our rights to exploit us. Now that we know those rights, we must exercise those powers. So in closing, I just want to thank you all. That, like the song says, how long are we going to suffer? Now we need to take the steps. So we begin now. We close this broadcast, and I want to thank you all by saying, exercise your sovereignty. Participate in your governance. We will be doing that on a regular basis. Get access to the National Bureau of Statistics. Download that every month. Ensure that you hold your governance to account. That is the only way forward. I want to thank you all so very much. There is much more work for us all to do. This is just the beginning. Of course, we say congratulations to the president-elect Tinubu. Well, I met Tinubu, but our focus is us, the citizens. We, the citizens. The task has just begun. The task has just begun. Participate. On this platform, I will endeavor to ensure that we leave a sense of urgency about our need to collectively participate in our governance on each and every broadcast, till that message hits all 774 local government areas. Of course, my focus remains Yoruba Nation. Don't get me wrong. And my ultimate goal is to get Yoruba Nation. But to get there, we need to participate in our governance. So thank you so very much. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Leave comments. We'll endeavor to reply and try and take on board some suggestions. We'll probably do a live broadcast, a live call-in, but please, we need your help in one key area. Help us grow this platform. The message that we're sending, I think you will find, is almost unique in how we're delivering the message. We're trying to give clear, simple English about how and why we need to participate in our governance. And that is the only solution. We're not talking about the problems and saying, who's made God. No, this is nothing to do with God. We have the powers, and we must use those powers. Those who defrauded us by telling us where we signed the Constitution, they say we have the powers, and we must use those powers to hold them to account. That is the only way out. It's not in praying to any church or praying in any mosque, because every time you pray, you are throwing the power away. You are throwing the power that you possess in the bin. You are literally throwing the power you possess in vain, and then looking for somewhere else for help, when you should come together in your community and hold those who elect your office to account, which is your constitutional right as stated under Section 14(2)(a). Sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Section 14(2)(c), the participation by the people in the government shall be in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Those two are powerful tools that we must use. So I will keep reiterating it. I would encourage you to memorize those two. Memorize what you see on the screen, memorize what you see on the screen, and we can begin to participate. And of course, download more education for your local government area to be able to start questioning them, holding them to account, using the powers that I've just shown you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for joining us. You're watching, of course, Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We will not relent. We will continue. We'll be back later on again, and we will do more coverage. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Bye. Bye. Whatever. Okay, whatever.